EJ in his rocket chair, blasting curveballs through the air. Space tape, duct tape, pull it tight. Orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a ride. 1995, finished pride. Rust and bones, car reborn. Screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine. Welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, Morse gold, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash to treasure strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch King with the space age flair. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight. He'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get a wait. Steel spine screaming at the sky. Heat and fury burning high. Breaking through the grip of Earth. Flames reverse to prove their worth. Polka-sonic retro propulsion. Firefight fire in the skies. Combustion through plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity's chains snap with engines roar like ancient beasts. Flames consume but never feast. Metal wings slice the void apart. A funeral pyre, a rocket's heart. Does the air tear or does it yield? What's the cost of the battlefield? Polka-sonic retro propulsion. Firefight fire in the skies. Combustion from plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity's chains snap with red rivers, burning trails, echoes scream where silence fails. Ashes rain, the sky won't care, but we keep climbing unaware.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's Thursday. How's everybody doing? You doing good? You doing good? Are you doing good? You? You? Not you, though. Are you? You tell me. What's going on, YouTube? What's going on, Twitch? How you guys doing? All right, let's get going. Who, you? Me? It's the final day of Artemis 2 month. Happy Small Friday from Europa. You're on a Europa? Neat. It's very hot today. It's 38°C. Damn, dude. That's really hot. It is Thursday. Yep. Not here. It's just rainy and gross here. Double booster landing. Oh, that's actually a good way to start, dude. I don't know if you guys saw this. Here, so check this out. So Falcon Heavy launched yesterday. I was at the dentist, but also Falcon Heavy launched, which is that's tasty. Dude, hold on. There are some pictures that SpaceX posted. This shot. I'm turning it up. It gets loud. Sorry. It gets loud. Not sorry. Yeah? Oh! Oh! That is cool. Damn, that's cool. Dude, are you awake yet? Holy crap. That's awesome. What a shot. It's so good. Oh my goodness, I gotta watch it again. I love how you just hear the birds chirping. It's just... Ah, yes, a nice peaceful day in That's sick. That's so good. Oh, that is cool. Oh man, so that was one of the booster landings. SpaceX had a camera up close and personal. Link to this video. Yo, I got you. I think it landed. Are you sure? I can't hear you. Dude, there are other shots, but that one is just the best. Oh, this one is good too, though. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Ah, that's so cool. Man. And then there's just a couple of nice still pictures. Bruh. Those pictures, that's so good, dude. There's also another thing. You guys want to see something crazy? So, Black Sky posted these pictures of 39A. We got some nice, cool pictures. I'd like to point out that this is from a satellite. This is not from a blimp. This is not from an airplane. This is from a satellite, which is just, all right. So here's the real kicker. So Black Sky is the company that, you know, we've seen a lot of Electron launches lately. These are the satellites that they're launching. Check this next one out. I'm sorry? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me, what? Hello? Hello? Yes, this is Streamer Man. Wait a minute. Dudes. So see what happens when you zoom in on this picture and it's completely out of focus, right? The resolution is not good enough. If you zoom in on this picture, oh no, dude, it can get more detailed than that. The satellite can get more detailed than that. They ain't showing their whole hand. Uh-oh. Bro, look at that. Uh-oh. That's really freaking cool. That is a rocket launch being taken by a satellite. And you could even... you could even tell what orbit the satellite is in. Because this pad, 39A, is facing due north, right? And they had a picture from the opposite side of the pad, so that means the satellite is transiting this way. So that means low inclination. Yeah, you can figure out what orbit it's in from this. I mean, you could also watch the Electron launches. That kind of gives it away, but... Is it a keyhole sat masquerading as an Earth observation sat? I don't know what a keyhole is. What are you talking about? I don't know what that is. What is a keyhole satellite? I don't recall ever learning about those ever. Ever. All right, so. You mean the thing you use to unlock the door? Yeah, I know, right? What are the keyhole satellites? What are we gonna name it? Doorknob satellites too? Jeez, or door lock satellites? You know, the next thing you know, they're gonna call them ring satellites and put cameras on them and start spying on you. All right. What else does the satellite go in? That's right, it goes in the keyhole. Let's see, where did we leave off? We made some really nice progress yesterday. Check this out. Oh, baby, look at this thing. So we have SLS with a Earth departure stage on top. And our expectations were that we could deliver 72 tons on translunar injection in a 5.2 meter fairing, and that is exactly what we did. It's pretty good, man. We gotta get the orange fairings. I have to. I don't want to, but we have to. You could see that the core stage has a low thrust level. Really? Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, good eye, Lev. Not bad. Yeah, they do throttle it down. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to tell you guys about. The Oh yeah, also integrity is back at the Cape, by the way. During the Falcon Heavy launch, a lot of people saw that they shut down the engines. They shut down like 2 outer engines on the boosters. That's normal. I saw a lot of people asking about that. That's normal. They do that. We just haven't had the UI to see it. They shut down the engines because of loads on the vehicle, because Merlin engines are more powerful than originally anticipated. Can you change the color code in the fairing editor? I don't know, maybe. So, the only thing left that we really have to do here is, we got to give the Taurus capsule a detail pass. I want to see if we can... I want to look into making the Taurus capsule the right size. Taurus is one of the best pods I think I've ever made. We used it in the career mode 25 save. Now, I have tried to make, I do believe I've tried to make one to scale in the past, and I think I can grant your wish with repainting. Simple repaint. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, I'll leave that open. We'll see. Here, look at the Goliath shaft while I figure this out. Taurus is the best that I made. Yeah, Sharktails. The thing about the Taurus capsule is that it's not in the right scale. And I am a sucker for continuity with scale. Blame me being a 3D artist. Scale has to be correct. If scale is not correct, I get annoyed. Now, so like, let's take a look. All my planes and all of my trucks and everything, like if we look at the 747, the 747 is the right scale. Everything is using a 62% scale of its real life counterparts because that's what the devs used. So that is a 62% scale. What would that be? A 1:3 scale? 747. That is a 737 sized 747 with G90s on it, which should probably change that, but you know, whatever. 2:3 scale? Yeah, that would be probably a better way to say it. Everything is that scale. All my planes, the shuttle, everything is that scale. And it would, this is just me being irrational here for a second. I would get very annoyed if the Taurus capsule wasn't in scale with our scaled SLS, etc., etc. So it's a 463. Yeah. Any Canadians out there? If you're Canadian, you like planes, you probably know what that is. How about any English? Any Englishmen out there? I know what you mean, Neo. It's all good. So, all these planes, the Lightning, the Arrow, every plane that I've made, there's a couple of exceptions, is all in the correct scale. Because it would piss me off if it wasn't. So, Let's go find the Taurus capsule. The Taurus capsule would be in career mode 2.5. Currently working on a scaled Orion as well. I put some inspirational pictures in Discord in case you want some inspiration. What channel did you use, Coleman? Where are you? Oh yeah, see all those? We're bringing those back. In good time. Crew capsule prototype. There it is. So there is my Orion analog. That's the Taurus capsule. I have an F-14 around, Isabel, yeah. I've made F-14s, I've made F-16s, I've made an F-22, F-4, F-18, F-A-18. I've never made a Super Hornet. I made arrows. I used to do a thing called Wings Wednesday, where we pick a plane and we build it. I have just mountains upon mountains of airplanes because of this. The regular KSP channel, okay. Dude. Hold on a second here. Not bad. Definitely on the right track there. That's really good, dude. I see what you did there. That's very creative, Coleman. I'm not kidding. That's a really good idea. That's a really good way to do that. Hey, RT. X-15. Never made an X-15. I've never made a B-52, Nader. Made an SR-71, though. I've made an XB-70, but my XB-70 is not in scale. To be honest, neither is my F-4. Those two are, when I first started Wings Wednesday, I just started building planes, and then I realized that they weren't to scale, and I got annoyed. I'm telling you, I'm a sucker for continuity. Everything has to fit together right. Like, it's like if you replace a part on your car or something and it fits perfect. Mint. I use the XB-70 as a flight test platform, that's right. This is really nice, Coleman. I mean, that's probably not far off from what we're gonna do here, but yeah, good stuff, dude. Really nice. What's the APSR-3? Oh, that's Dragon. Yeah, that's Dragon. That's a very old version of Dragon. I mean, yeah, Nova, probably. I love how I just used this shielded docking port instead of the nose cone. This one could be reused, yeah. It has the jettisonable heat shield. RT, yeah, this is the one that can be integrated too, to Condor 9. We could make that better, but we're not going to. We're gonna make Orion. Nader, my thing with airdropping is that you have to... So, here, let me show you the flight regime, or the flight envelope for... Flight envelope? What, Nader, what is it called where the flight plan... A flight plan during a mission, is it envelope or regime? Regime is how the plane flies, right? I blanked on this, I should know this. I don't know why I forgot it, but whatever. I'll start drawing my stupid diagram. So this right here Regime envelope is the capability. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it's called. I got them backwards. All right, so in Kerbal, if you want to airdrop, all right, you take off, right? So this is a side view. You take off, right? You circle around, get your altitude, right? And then when you circle around for the drop, right? This gets challenging. You have to drop, right? And let's say the blue represents the carrier plane. What you actually have to do with the plane is this. You have to land it immediately. Well, let's say the red is the drop, the X-15. While the X-15 goes up, you have to shoot the X-15 off into its flight regime, right? And then you have to land the B-52 immediately. The reason why is while you're flying, if another craft goes above 21, or it goes 21 kilometers away, the game will delete it. So I can't fly the flight regime of the B-52, right, to circle back down and land, right? If I'm flying the X-15 up in the air, the game will delete the B-52. That's why I never did it. There is a way around this. The way around this would be to get the X-15 up over it'd have to go over 70 kilometers, right? So it technically reads it as in space, and then switch back to the B-52. But that would mean the B-52 has to be at 50 kilometers up, which, no. This is why I don't straddle launch things. Because the flight regime, the only way to really make it work right in Kerbal and be able to control both vehicles is to do that. And that, let's be real, that is not how they launched the X-15. If you did choose any of your builds on KSP, what would you choose as your favorite shuttle? Hey Missy, what's going on? Yeah, there's a mod where you can switch back between boosters, etc., etc. CSM 751 parts. What the hell is this? Oh my goodness.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think I put an S4B and the CSM and the LEM on top of an SLS. How old is that craft file? Holy. Oh, this is the original engineering mode save. I clicked on the wrong save. Yeah, this is the original one. There's mint chip parts in here. Wouldn't the file name have a timestamp? Yeah, but my brain does too. Yeah, these are from 2018. I made this craft file 8 years ago. These are all base components that I just carried in pieces, and then there's the MPAF, the modular payload attachment fitting. You could just stack PAFs on top of each other, which is quite funny because that is actually how like PLEO constellations are deployed. Like Project Kuiper the other day, they have ring-shaped payload attachment fittings, and they have 4 satellites on them, and they just stack them up on top of each other. Yeah, that's just a way bigger version of that. Yeah, I made space trains in... Yeah, we made space trains in in that save. Wow. Cool. Before we go too far down the nostalgia trip, that's really neat, but yeah. Can we please watch the midship explosion? No. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Slew ring? What in the Kraken tech was I trying? Oh boy. This is from EJ's crane shenanigans. Yep, back there. Hey, an Endall 52-month resub. This isn't the Orion I was thinking about. Yeah. In one of these craft files somewhere, I had a prototype Orion. I just don't know where it... I don't know where it is. It's probably in the Engineering Mode 22 save, if I had to guess. That is my original Engineering Mode save. I started that save in like 2016. That was my original R&D save, and when it got to be too much, I just started another one in 2022. Alright. I know what I called it. It's called CEV. Oh, there it is. And see, that's where I figured out that that capsule is not the right size for what we need. No, Kestrel was from the original career mode. You know what? Taurus 2 capsule. Let's go. Orion style analog for SLS STS MM3 architecture. Modified 43026. Okay. Let's start over. We're not getting anywhere with that. All right. You guys ready to build? Let's cook. So we're gonna need some Orion reference here. Hello. Oh, yeah. That's a very nice. All right, let's go images.nasa.gov, Orion integrity. Yes! All right, so you're going to learn about Orion here. Ah, that one's going to be useful. That's useful because you can see the capsule inside of the last shroud. Are you going to make the Constellation or SLS Orion? RJ, if you were in my position and you just got done building out a really, really nice version of SLS with the Earth departure stage, which one would you do? Would you build the MPCV or would you build the CEV? The original lifting body version of the CEV. Get out. Actually, I mean, Pigsig, that wouldn't be a bad idea, but that would be pretty bad scope creep. I would make both service modules to serve two purposes. I'm gonna go with the Apollo solution, and if I want a service module that has less capability,
Go and throttle up.
I'll just fill up the service module halfway. That was the solution with Apollo. You'd make the Apollo capsule. Yeah, the CSM for the Skylab missions obviously didn't need to be fully fueled. So the look.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So if they were launching the Leo variant, they took about 15 tons of fuel out of it. Yeah, they just launched it with less fuel. Yeah, this was an early prototype for Orion that just... No. No. I'm probably going to build this, but with variations. What's up, Constellation people? It's probably going to end up looking more like that. I think that was the best variant. The MPCV variant, though, is not bad either. I do like this one. Vanguard, 44 months. Been a hell of a ride. I'm glad you like it. All right, so the first thing we got to do is get the scale. We need some dimensions here. Let's go back over to the Orion's straight up page here. So the Orion capsule's diameter is current one with the round solar. I like the round solars, RT. Yeah, I probably will do that. I'll probably have round solar array wings because I think that looks cool. No, Cody, the original one was going to use a new AJ-10. New variant of the AJ-10. Yeah, I agree, Pigsig. All right. So there's the Taurus 1 capsule. This is actually a pretty good design. I do like it. It's just, if this was the right size, I would just use this one. But it's not exactly the right size. It's close. So the Taurus 1 capsule does exactly what the, it does exactly a similar thing to Orion. I have the LAS and the LAS jettisons, right? And then... what the heck heck is it? Oh, it's the decoupler from the payload attachment fitting. All right, it would be the backward facing fairing. So, and then the capsule goes like that. That didn't pull the solar panels with it. Oh, I see what I did. All right, hold on. There we go. I've seen people use the Mark I command pods as windows on large-sized capsules like this before if you still want to be able to look out the window. Yeah, I get it. But this thing has a loaded service module. Now let's take a look. Orion has 57-degree frustum shape. Oh, this is, wait, hold up. They have all the freaking structure and manufacture. The command module is built out of aluminum lithium alloy, has a 57.5-degree frustum shape with a blunt spherical aft end. 5.02 meters, 16 feet 6 inches in diameter and 3.3 meters in length with a mass of about 8.5 metric tons. The module provides approximately 50% more internal volume than Apollo. So that's the capsule shape itself. The spacecraft itself is 5 meters. So we're gonna do some Kerbalization here. Let's save, right? And guess what we're doing? We're gonna bring out the rulers again. You saw the rulers to make the upper stage yesterday. The rulering will continue until chat morale improves. No, EJ, no, not the rule. Yes, the rulers. All right, so I use struts between octags like this to make straight lines so I can see what's going on. So we can use this to determine diameter and whatnot. So my capsule here, the capsule itself, the spacecraft is it's not a 57-degree frustum, that's for sure. That's way more. That's like a 60-degree cone. Let's get the approximates here. So it's 5.02, and we times that by 62% scale. So we need a 3.1 meter wide capsule. Scaled numbers. 3.1 m width. .5 frustum is something we can duplicate. I can make that. Just keep that in the back. Keep that in the back of our minds. .3 meters in length. Okay, let's do that out again. Get our scale numbers. 3.3 times 0.62. It needs to be 2 meters tall, the spacecraft. Okay. All right. All right, so we're gonna make that. Let me think how I want to do this. So fortunately, the Taurus 1 capsule, what you see here, can give us a good it gives us a good analog for how to build the LAS and how to build the service module and everything. This was a good test for how to make everything. Now, once again, I would really, really like to make the Orion CEV. Now, what is the difference? Okay. So the current version of Orion that flies is called the MPCV, the Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle. The Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle is the right way to say it is that it's the Martian variant of Orion that was going to fly in Constellation. If we go back to the Constellation program here, if we go to the Constellation program, they had two voice decided to just stop. That's great. Okay, rebooting. They had two different variations of Orion for the Constellation program. One of them is right there. That's called the Orion CEV, the Crew Exploration Vehicle. That was the original version of Orion that was going to be... Here, let me just turn that down just a little bit. That was going to be the original version of Orion that would be used to go to the ISS and would be used to explore the moon. Now, why? Why did they have two different variants? Well, if you're going to go to the moon, right? When Apollo did it, they put this big old service module on the back of the Orion spacecraft. Now, why did they do that? They did that because when Apollo got out to the moon, they needed the command service module and the service module engine, the original AJ-10, they needed it to step on the brakes, to circularize around the moon with the lander attached, with the LEM attached. This is what got them out to the moon, the big old service module. For instance, like Artemis 2, when they went by, they didn't step on the brakes. They just kept going and then came back, right? This thing would step on the brakes and stay there, right? Because it has a bigger service module. The service module had enough delta V to put it and the lander into low lunar orbit. So when the Constellation program came around, they decided for two different service modules. That one right there is the CEV, or at least an old render of the CEV. The CEV had a bigger service module. The MPCV was the second version of Orion. The CV, which was the second, the MPCV is the second version of Orion is what flies now. That one doesn't have as beefy of a service module. The reason why it doesn't is that you don't need as big of a service module if you're doing if you're building Gigantor transfer vehicles like this. You don't need as big of a service module for Orion. If you notice in the renders here, these are renders of the MPCV, right, versus the Crew Exploration Vehicle. The Crew Exploration Vehicle is the one that's docked down there. The MPCV is the long duration version of Orion. That's what we built. The CEV is the low Earth orbit one. Now, in Constellation's Martian architecture, what it would do is take this, right? Take the CEV to get crew up there, right? To the transfer vehicle, right? And then come back down. And then this thing would fly on the trip to Mars. And that's what the crew would use to get back. You don't need as big of a service module when you're attached to a gigantic nuclear transfer stage. So that's why Orion has the smaller service module. I would argue that they should have just built the Crew Exploration Vehicle and kind of went from there. Because, so there's this thing that the Apollo CSM did. The Apollo CSM is enough for lunar exploration, but the CSM could be good for doing stuff like that with Mars exploration by just launching it with less fuel, which is exactly what they did. Is it the most efficient? No, but it favors manufacturability because you make one service module and just fill it up with less fuel. Put a half tank in. You save 15 tons. I don't know. The CEV would also have been used for lunar exploration too, just in case anybody was wondering. So what I want to do is build the CEV, and the CEV is somewhere between the Apollo CSM and Orion. So, like the title implies, I'm building an Orion-styled capsule, but not exact. This right here, the Taurus 1 capsule, is exactly what I'm talking about. If you look at the Taurus 1 capsule from this angle and you compare it to that, the Taurus capsule is a CEV. I built it with a much bigger service module. So our Taurus 2 is going to look somewhat like this, but with scaled numbers. Why not add up the delta V from the CSM and the ESM and find the average? Huh? My guess is the CEV is more expensive to build than the MPC version. Yeah, Rarest, and if I want to start a trucking company, buying a Prius is going to save me money. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes spending less money doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting the result that you want. Right? Like... During Constellation, the lander was going to do the injection burn instead of the service module, so it could be smaller. Yes. Yeah, I suppose it was following the whole incremental development that Constellation was going for, building a lower spec vehicle and then upgrading it for bigger needs. Alright, so we have our scale. Let's start getting into the design here. So we need a capsule width. Let's make the pressure vessel first. The pressure vessel is the silver part for the most part. Let's see if there's any shots of the pressure vessel in here. Bingo. All right, so let's think about how we're going to do this. That's that 57 degree right there. I would really like to know that width up there and then the width of the hatch, but it's okay. Well, 3.1 meter width. We know that these bad boys are about 3. They're about 3 meter wide. And they have 10 centimeter on either side. So if you, for instance, wanted to measure 6 meters, what you would do is clip this. Put that in. So the width of the I-beam, more or less, is what we're looking for here. So let me go ahead and grab one of my rulers, right? Let's turn that. I always do my diameters on the vertical axis. I don't know why. It's just... Make sure we're on the center line there. We are. All right. Wouldn't the width of the hatch be standardized for use with existing hardware? Nuclear, my forward hatch is probably going to work with my... let's call it the EJDS, the EJ docking system. Nuclear, I developed a better alignment mechanism than what you've seen in the past. I'm not 100% sure if you were here for it. I just have 3 flags. 3 flags that are kind of canted out. Aligns almost every time. Get really perfect alignment. Literally 4 parts. Yeah, that works really well. Now, I'm not sure what the load test, what the load factor is here, to be honest. We're gonna have to, we might have to get a little creative with how that's all gonna work, but it's okay. All right, so that's the capsule diameter. Aren't the flags physics-less? They're only physics-less when they're in flag mode. If you set them to dark panel mode over there, they become parts. Duh. You could use them for either one. In this case, in my career mode, this was used to great success. But what I want to do, I want to develop, this is just the soft capture mechanism. I want to develop the hard capture mechanism as well, so our docking port can take more load. The reason why is because in Constellation's architecture, which we are lifting pieces of the architecture that we like, right? In Constellation's architecture, we have an Orion attached to Altair, and the docking port has to be in the load path of the J2X, right? Because the J2X is pushing the stage, the lander, and the capsule through the docking port. Docking port has to be able to handle the load. So what I would like to do is redesign this a little bit for that to be our soft capture mechanism, and then have like maybe a fairing up here to be the hard capture mechanism with same vessel collision, the same thing that I use for my stages. That would give us a really good alignment system, right? I want to turn that docking port into the soft capture system. We would probably have to do some analysis on what type of loads the docking port can take before it really becomes an issue. But, you know, we'll figure that out later. All right, so that is the approximate width that we need. That's 3.2, I believe. We can get rid of that. That ruler. Just put that ruler over. Hey. There we go. Put that ruler over there. All right, now get rid of the I-beam. Our height is 3.1. That's good enough. This is perfect. So that gets us the diameter. So let's go right here. And just like I'm getting back into the habit of doing this as we build more. This is me making annotations. That's diameter right there. And the diameter will help set this correctly. So now what I need to do diameter. Now we got to go measure the front of the capsule, right? What did we say our scale was? The scale is a 2 meter length. Okay. 2 meters. Let me think. This thing is 1.5 meters. Oh, I know how I can do this. Ready? So let's put this like that. And let me just make sure that it's all set correctly. Give me 1 second. So what how I like to explain this, guys, is I'm building the tooling here. This would be like the jig tooling that you need to make the capsule. All right, so let's rotate this down here like that. And I want everything to be nice and uniform. Perfect. All right. Cool. So that's the same up, down right there. All right, so if we're going to measure... We need to figure out the length. Now, if you hold left shift, right, I can use these measurements down here, but there's a lot of stuff in here already, and that's measuring the overall craft. We don't want that. Yeah, PCJ, I saw the Jared rang the bell on the stock exchange this morning. Him and Amit and Lori Glaze, Judd Friedling was there. Sarah Walker was there, I think. I saw her too. Yeah, it's weird when you know, almost know everybody's name that's, that's sitting there that works for NASA. I'm like, I know that person, I know that person. Like, not know them personally, but I know who they are, right? All right, so 2 meters almost exactly in length. So check this out. If you hit F in the editor and you switch to absolute, and then you hold left shift and you start moving, you're moving on a 10 centimeter increment. So 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter. All right, you see that? That's 1 foot right there for the Imperial people. That's a foot. Pretty cool, huh? I don't know if people knew that, but that's what it does. So we're already 3. So if we're aiming for a 2 meter length capsule, so we just count to 20. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There you go. There's your capsule length. That's the diameter. So from the back of this strut to the back of that strut is exactly 2 meters. We know that. Now we have a 57.5 degree frustrum. What the hell does that mean? That's a nice way of saying it's a cone. It's a nice way of saying it's cone shaped. The angle of that right there is 57.5 degrees. That's the frustrum right here. Now Orion's pressure vessel, right, is partially cone, mostly cylinder. The reason why is because right here in this, in this outer area right there, that's where all like the life support and thruster systems and computers and everything are. See all the plugs right there? This is the pressure vessel. Inside of this is where all the controls are, and the toilet, for instance, and the kitchen and the seats and the spacesuits and the people. Now up here, you notice there's another cylinder. That's the forward docking hatch right there. The forward port is up there, right? And in this area up here, that's where all the parachutes are. See this compartment right here? That's where all the chutes are. It's an average size. It's just a cylinder. Frustrum, I hardly knew him. So the tricky part here is going to figure out how much of this is cylinder and how much of it... Well, to be 100% honest, we really don't need to do like this part right here. We don't need to make it that hardcore, but we could. I could build the pressure vessel out of fairings. We could build the PV out of fairings, but I'm thinking it would be nice to just make the pressure vessel like a command pod or something. Now, how are we going to get 57 degrees here? How are we going to do that? Well, I'm going to use a hinge. You can move in 5-degree increments with the editor if you hold left shift. You're moving in 5-degree increments. If you just let go left shift, you're moving in 15-degree increment. Right? Now, in CAD, in a CAD editor, you could just edit it. You could just change your incremental move here. But Kerbal is stuck like that. I'm wondering if KER lets you fix that. But, well, whatever. We don't need a mod to fix that. All we got to do is line up this octag with the hinge right here. Well, set the hinge first. Click on the hinge, set it to 57. And let's see if we can go to a decimal point. Doesn't look right. It would have to be inverse. All right, hold on. I can fix this. It's not 57 on that. It's not 57 off of the 90 like that. It's 57 off of this way. So rotate the hinge this way like that, and then go 57 degrees. There we go. That's the angle that we're looking for. Now, how the heck do we get this thing to go to 57.5? If you try to put 57.5 in there, it rounds it to 58. You see that? That's no good. We don't want that. We want 57.5 on the dot. Not that it's going to make a big difference, but it's cool to be precise. There's a trick here. If you're using struts to draw out the shape like what I'm doing here, you have a couple of tricks up your sleeve here that you can use to your advantage. What we're going to do is change the incremental move of the hinge. How are we going to do that? With a cal controller. So select this, select your target angle, right? Go into the cal controller, and now, check this out. If we plus in a value right here of 57.5 on the dot, right? And then set that one to 57.5 on the dot, straighten the curve out, boom. And then move that cal controller to that position, 57.5, baby. Now, we lock that so we don't touch it. There you go. Incremental editor control. Just hacked using a hacked cal controller in KSP. You can get decimal point angles for stuff if you really want to be anal retentive about building this. So now what we do, I actually do need to unlock this for a moment. We need to set it to 0, and I need to go in here like this and then just make sure my strut is on the pivoting axis. Now we take the cal controller and move it, and we're good to go. I can move this hinge wherever I want. In this particular case, I'm going to move it to the center line. So now I have the exact angle that we need right there. Perfect. And if we want to move it around, we can move it back, we can move it forward, we want to screw with it. We can mess around with it. Now, that's pretty much where that needs to be. So what do? Do we go and build a fairing now? No, not really. But you can already see the shape of the capsule, the shape of the capsule. It's starting to take shape. So how are we gonna do this? What I'm gonna need is to copy the docking port here and get rid of that. That may have unbound my we might have to... Copying that was probably not the right move, but whatever. Good. All right. Plot twist, EJ's a shadow KSP dev. No. No. I mean, Robert, full disclosure here, that may or may not be far off, dude. I was here for the entire development of the game. Pretty much from 2012 all the way to 2022, 2023 when they stopped working on it. Actually, that was more like 2019, 2020, something like that. but whatever. I mean, I'm very good friends with a lot of the KSP developers, including the guy that made the game. All right. You need to make a KSP build hack series? Yeah. All right, so let me think. I'm trying to think about how I really want to do this. Like, now the obvious thing to do would be to just build this out of a fairing, right? But we have the 1.25 fairing here. Now, at what point does the 125 fairing intersect that the frustrum line? Maybe it was the other way, dudes. Hold on, let me... Now, I just need to mess around with this. No, that's much too thick. Or that's much too steep. That's not right. Just want to make sure I understood a frustrum correctly. I did, but I'm not sure what they're measuring that 57 degrees off of. Apparently there's a bifrustrum. I think you could use that to go interstellar. Oh, yeah. X59 recap. Cool. Nice, dude. Sorry for bothering you for this, EJ, but I need some blueprints of Millennium Park for a thesis. What should I do as a European? Millennium Park? Millennium Park? What's Millennium Park? Refresh my memory. It's frustrumating. It is. I mean, Hooded, if you can't find like dimensions for Millennium Park Chicago rooftop garden. I would say go into Google Earth if you can't find anything and just start measuring stuff. It's close. It's close enough to get the point across. It's not an exact measurement, but it's close enough. You found it, but this is MPCV, so it's not. MPCV has the same pressure vessel as the CEV, dude, so. That'll be good enough. It's 30 degrees. Okay. Yeah, the frustrum is not gonna. Yeah. All right, 30 degrees is probably better. We don't need to half the decimal or anymore because it's a whole number. Look where I had it set. I had it set to 30 degrees. That will work. Give me a second. Sounds like SPMT's going by in Starbase Live. Just aren't showing them though. All right, so I'm going to delete that fairing. That was just a test. So that's the forward-facing one, and that's the aft-facing one. What I need to do is build this sucker first. What I want is to have a joiner line right there. I'll tell you why I want to do that in a second. I don't want a fairing sticking out at the front. I think that's gonna look stupid. I don't want that. So what we're gonna do is this. Take this fairing. You need to move this one back a little bit. No. See, I want to do two fairings. I'll show you guys what I want to make right now. I want to make the pressure vessel like this. I want to make it 2 out of 2 fairings, so when we take this and we put it together, boom. See? A little bit of trickery right there. That's just two fairings in on each other, and they're clipped. And if you just disable staging, you're never going to have to worry about deploying them or anything. And that gives us the cone. It gives us what we're looking for, more or less. But the thing is that aerodynamically, I'm not sure this is going to play correctly. And I also need to put that in there. Don't put any monopropellant in it. And no thruster, no wheel authority, disable the RCS. You know, that's not as big as an Orion capsule, but it's almost as big as an Orion capsule. It's actually kind of close. Neat. It's actually super cool. Cool PDF showing the constellation CEV. You found something? Thanks, guys. You guys are actually invaluable in helping me find all the reference. Finding reference takes time. Yeah, the CEV had a slightly different launch abort system. I'm going to give this variant of Orion, I want the last, because I think, you know why? I think the last looks cool, so screw it. It will be... Oh, this is great, dude. But yeah, see, that's all pretty much the same. It's all the same idea, same command module. It's just, it looks like with this, they weren't going for a full shroud design. I don't know, maybe that'll work. I think that looks stupid. Let me put it that way. I think it looks stupid. Also, a triconic launch abort system. Triconic last design looks terrible. That aerodynamically, that would not have played very nice with anything. I mean, well, most of the air would get shot over this kind of armpit area, so to speak. So, I mean, it may have been okay. I mean, that saves you from building the entire freaking lass out like this, but you can clearly see what they were doing here. Like, if you look at the launch abort system that Orion uses now on the MPCV, it very much looks like this piece at one point was just supposed to attach right there, but they raised it up in front of Orion on these struts here to put this this type of fairing here. I mean, you're still gonna get an incredible pressure build up in that armpit right there, but it's not gonna be too bad. I mean, it flies, so whatever. Orion has a dunce hat? Yes. This one may have more accurate dimensions compared to your last one. Oh, this is off Astronautics. Actually, it looks like I had it... Well, wait a minute. 32.5 degree. Oh. Yeah. Interesting. That's gonna work better. Get rid of this. Let me get the cal controller out and we'll hack it again. My geometry brain had failed me. See, now we set it to 32.5, and we hacked this stupid thing again. What did the acorn say when it grew up? Geometry. Geometry. ROADs. During takeoff, the astronaut's view is covered. The windows are blocked. Yep. Yeah, they can't see nothing. Same thing for the LEM. Or same thing for Apollo. Apollo had a fairing. Apollo did something similar to this, but the fairing, there was a conic fairing that was sitting on the capsule. Yeah, it did something very similar to that. There's a picture of it down here. See? They had a shroud over the capsule. But Apollo just was like, screw it, just build a truss structure up there and put a rocket on top of it and call it a day. And past this part. In fact, never talk about that part again. Your geometry teacher loved that joke in high school. Yeah. There's a reason why I like the shuttle more, guys. Go. What are you building? This is my Taurus capsule, Enzel. I'm building a Mark II version of it to go with the rockets that I was building yesterday. Thing that didn't go to the moon? No, the thing that was reusable. Okay, let's get back to doing this. So the other thing I'm going to do is put another control. I'm going to put another one of these here as a control node. I'll explain why I'm doing that in a moment. So, at first I was wondering why the angle isn't going from the front to the back, right? And that was confusing me. And the reason why it was confusing me is because this is the total length of the capsule from there to there. That's the length. So, that length includes the heat shield. That's all. 375 is almost enough. If we just make it a little bit longer, 10 centimeter longer, we could use the 375 heat shield, but I don't know if I want to do that. What does a 2.5 heat shield on here look like? Just on a side note while we're here. Yeah, the 2.5 is... Oh, that's way too... The refurbishable Orion? You gave me, Paley Joe, you gave me an idea. Hold on one second. Oh, no. All right. Ablator isn't a keyable axis. I was going to say, yeah, I could make it so you could jettison the heat shield, or you could take the heat shield apart and make it refurbishable. You'd have to attach a new heat shield and service module assembly onto the capsule, but yeah, you could. I could do it. We could build that capability in if we want. If we were going to do that, I would actually insist on a 375 heat shield. It would be easier to do that way. But re-entry to Earth or launching to space produces most heat. A re-entry does. Produces way more heat. But you still do... Rockets do experience some heating on the way up, Avatron. It does happen. And if you go fast enough down here, you're going to get re-entry heating no matter what you do. A good example would be... give me one sec. This is a video from the Battleship New Jersey YouTube channel. So check this out. He's talking about... That's the curator. That's Ryan. He's talking about 16-inch shells, and he's talking about railguns. Now, check this out. Avatron, the railguns that the Navy tested a little while back, it's a magnetically accelerated slug, so... Right? It comes out of the barrel going really fast. These railguns, right? These railguns that didn't have any explosives, it just uses electromagnetic acceleration to shoot a slug out, right? Look, it's re-entering. See the entry, see the shock heating? From it coming out of the barrel because it's going so ridiculously fast. You can actually see the shock on the front of the bullet right there. Or the slug, I should say. It's not really a bullet. Yeah, the railguns actually made... They had a muzzle flash, but the muzzle flash wasn't from, like, gunpowder like it would be on a regular gun. Like a you know, kind of garden variety weapon, right? Like, that explosion is from the entry heating that was happening. Like, if you're going fast enough down here, you're gonna get entry heating. I mean, that still is super cool. Freaking railgun, dude. Watch. Oh, come on, fire it. Fire it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again.
Namely, a weapon system that could fire hundreds of rounds instead of single digits or tens of rounds before it needed a new...
Zap!
I'm going to use the word barrel. It's not really...
Zap! This thing makes the wildest noise, dude. It's just bang! It just sounds like you're grounding out a speaker, which not that far off. Will Jared cancel Artemis 3 if it slips to 2028 to have the mobile launcher ready for Artemis 4 in 2028? No, Max. We have 2 mobile launchers. It'd probably be a more prudent solution to just, you know, use them.
A barrel, but before they needed a new...
Anyway, so yeah, re-entry heat happens. It's just the railgun was the immediate thing that I thought of. I just want to see, what does that look like comparatively? Guys, this would make it would make things certainly easier to use a 375 heat shield, but the 375 heat shield is a little bit wide. It's wide by the diameter of the heat shield is wide by about 20 centimeter. Now, we could do it. But if the heat shield is out here, I would need to, and we're doing Orion with its current launch abort system. We're doing Orion with this, right? We'd have to put the rim around the heat shield like what Orion has, right? You'd have to put the rim around the heat shield, and the rim would end up being like way too big. The other thing we could do is do a 2.5 heat shield. And we could put flags around the 2.5 heat shield. And make the heat shield the exact diameter. So if we were going to do that with the shield, right, I would have a docking port like this, docking port behind the shield like that. Hey, Yobo. Will that protect the capsule? Flags might burn off. I don't know. ML2 is for SLS Block 1B, so they only have ML1. Yeah, Max, I'm very, very confused as to why you think they would just let ML2 sit there if they realized that they weren't going to be ready in time. That's very curious. Why would you think that? It's like, oh, yeah, it might not be ready in time. Yeah. Can't make the umbilicals, sorry. Now, a viewer did this with the curvy flags here a second ago. This was shown. This heat shield is going to end up being like 60 or 70 parts if we did it that way. But we could do it that way. I have my color swatch flag pack here. And the flags are physics-less parts, but, and you know, the capsule by itself wouldn't be too bad. See, I'm not sure how that's gonna work. If I'm looking at this right, that'll probably burn the flags right off. If we're coming back from the moon. Yeah, Solar Nerds. Turns out that just a basic shape is really, really useful, right? Like, well, I mean, the flags on your design were able to survive coming back from 1,000. Haven't tried lunar entry speeds yet, though. Did they get hot at all, Coleman? And what's your entry heating set to? In my MM3 save, I have re-entry heating set to 120% difficulty. So, yeah, we'll see how that fares. We're going to continue the MM3 save, Vargon. The shuttle already exists in the MM3 save, so... the shuttle already exists in the MM3 save, so having... SLS and Ares 1 in it, shuttle-derived launch vehicles, makes sense. It's just, how many freaking parts is this? 249 to 172. $77 parts for the freaking heat shield. It does look good, though. Pretty nice. Any specific date on when you're continuing it? I gotta build the capsule out, and then I have to test the capsule on Ares 1, and then I have to test it on SLS, and then I think we're pretty much good to go, bar none. How did you enjoy Arion last night? Arion? Did an A6 go off last night? I thought there was only Starlink. Screw me for not checking. I haven't watched it, to be 100% honest with you. This morning? Cool. Was it good? That doesn't look bad, dudes. It doesn't look bad. It's just, it's a lot of parts, and I'm not sure if it's going to work. So, I mean, we have a trade-off decision here. 375 heat shield, or our custom 3-meter heat shield that's 71 more parts. Actually, 70 more parts, because it's, yeah. Try to see if it works. Test like you fly. Is it not an option to use a fairing instead of the flags? Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. The next available operator will be with you shortly. Yeah, that fairings might be feasible. I'm looking. We are checking. Over. Aerodynamically, that might make it a little angry, but have you finished your reusable space shuttle? Weren't you working on it? I would rather launch stuff into space, Cody. It's not shelved right now, but yeah. I found what I wanted to do in Kerbal. Like, I would have fun with this. I'd have much more fun with this, I should say. Could you close the fairing under the heat shield to help aerodynamics? It's not that, it's a... Actually, you know, that might work, dudes. Problem is that there's just not much left in the internal volume for the, like, entire rest of the capsule. Like, if this heat shield was going to be removable, right? Like... I don't know, dudes. That is a good idea, though. I do like it. That gets us what we want, for the most part. Couple of things, though. We'd have to use a 1.8 fairing. The 1.8 fairing would... Yeah. You secretly hope you end up building your own capsule? What do you mean? Like 3D modeling? My own 3D modeling in Orion? I mean, no. Scratch stock parts capsule with the tessellated heat shield. Oh. I was gonna say, I'm model Orion. You could do that. Give me a month. Take about a month to model it and Kerbalize it and texture everything. Yeah. Do it. Yeah, guys, every time I go to model something, everyone's like, dude, model something. Model something. It'd be amazing. Model something. And then nobody watches. Yeah. Like, no one watches. Yeah, dude, I can model Orion. There's no problem. Model the interior. The interior would take time. It would take time to get that right. Like getting all the consoles. I don't know how to do that in Kerbal. Like put all the gauges and everything up. I don't know how to do that. All right. Oh, nice, Jib. There you go. So, yeah, this heat shield design does work. And I know this will work thermally. Fairings can tank a good amount of heat, guys. Couple that with the heat shield. Yeah, she'll be good. The downside here is that, you know, we'll model the capsule, and then I'll have my double fairings here to make the pressure vessel, and then when all's said and done, the heat shield... Putting a docking port here and making the whole damn thing removable, right, is really gonna... It really just takes up a ton of space, because my heat shield isn't just from here back. It's all this extra nonsense as well, because you have to use a 1/8 fairing. The smaller 1.25 fairing will not go to the edge here. You can't make the smaller fairings go to a 3.2 meter diameter. Anyway, I don't want to do modeling right now. That heat shield does look good, but yeah, that is going to give us some problems. So we could get away with that if that's definitely a study. That's definitely a thing that we could do, or we could just make the capsule just a smidge longer. And honestly, I really don't think anybody would notice. And make the heat shield also able to be removable, right? And go from there. You know... Right. All right. Let's mess with this. Ready? So build this fairing first. Let's go to the back here and then go in. Okay, that's one fairing. Now this other one is going to have to be... Oh. Because it has to be a 1/8 fairing. That's going to complicate things a lot. Why does it need to be a 1/8 fairing? It needs to be a 1.8 meter fairing because the smaller fairing plates, 1.25, it won't make it. You can't make those fairings that big. See? It won't let me make them any bigger. Game limitation. So it has to be a 1/8 fairing that makes up the two parts of our pressure vessel here. So that means that this needs to be right here. And this fairing needs to go up here like this. That's a big capsule. See, with double fairings clipped like this mid-vehicle, I'm not really sure how this capsule is going to aerodynamically stabilize, but that does give us enough room for pretty much whatever. Wouldn't a service module have a fairing to go around the heat shield, making it even bigger? Yes. That's the trade-off that I'm dealing with here, Cody. Isn't this a similar way as to what you were describing to do the Soyuz fairing yesterday? Yes. Mm-hmm. That's correct. It's a trick. It's how I make everything. Look, Isabel, like, look at the fairing right here. Fairing on the Taurus 1. See, goes around the capsule, right? The fairing has two ends to it, right? It doesn't connect any, or does it? If you go zoom in on the service module, there's two fairing plates that are crisscrossed. You can make really trick designs doing that if you know what you're doing. And the kind of hopes here is to show people how to do it. You know, that's the idea here. Now that doesn't look bad. Let me check into something else here. I just want to see. Stop that right there. Go like this. Take off the 375 heat shield, right? Go back in here. Attach the docking port to that fairing, right? Go back in here like this. Give me the 2.5 heat shield back. See, now with this, you'd have to do that. Actually, honestly, that's not that's not bad. Guys, I don't have a problem with that. Look okay to you? Would we even need a heat shield? Or would the fairing just be able to take the shape? I would want a heat shield for mass balance purposes, Ox. Yeah, I'd want the dense heat shield down there so its center of mass is really low on the capsule. You could just make it out of a fairing, but then you'd need to weigh it down somehow so it flies correctly. All right, let me do another detail pass on this thing. Oh, hold up. I don't hate it. The heat shield isn't scalable without a mod. The two different, otherwise I have two different diameters. I have a 375 diameter and then the 2.5 diameter. So we've been looking into options to fill in the gaps, so to speak, here. Man, the shape looks right though. That shape, that's the shape. That's what we want. I don't really care if the bottom of the capsule, if the capsule has like an orange stripe on it. I don't really care. And that kind of makes it look neat. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Dig it. But see, the other thing is how Kerbal's going to get out of this without a hatch being obstructed. That's my other problem. With this hatch, they could just pop out, you know? Because it's the pressure vessel. EJ, did you see that there's an article about an interplanetary shortcut to Mars in 153 days? Quite interesting. An interplanetary shortcut. Does this shortcut somehow necessitate something that doesn't exist? Hey, Antares here. Using early orbital data of asteroids, it can bring the total mission time down to low as 153 days. To identify optimal routes and calculate fuel needs, planners of interplanetary mission use precise planetary data, sending missions to other worlds. Yeah, okay. When it comes to Mars, a key planning consideration is a phenomenon known as Mars opposition. It occurs every 26 months when the Earth passes directly between the Sun and Mars. During this alignment, the two planets are on the same side of the Sun, bringing Mars closer. Yep. Using asteroids for a hidden shortcut. Interesting. Using asteroids to grab assist to Mars. Hey, RJ. Just break it, why don't you? Is there a way to get an egress door between the frag and the capsule? That's what I'm looking into right now, ARJ. I'm trying to figure it out. furthest forward I can put that. Yeah, it's already the absolute furthest. Okay. Well, that looks the part. Give it some wheels and test with the Kerbals. Yeah. I want to finish more of the fairing work here, and then we'll go to do that, Pelly Joe. But yes, I do want to do that. I'm just gonna put this capsule over there for now. All right, so I can get rid of that requirement. Get rid of the outer diameter. We don't want that. So this gives us more or less what we're looking for, which is good. Why does the capsule need to be a fairing? There's no stock capsules that are this exact size. This comes close, but it's not exact. This is more of, this looks more like an Apollo pod, and we're making Orion, Redbeard. So now the other thing we got to think about is that up at the front of Orion over here, there's that forward ring that jettisons with the drogues to expose the parachute and everything. We got to think about how we're going to do that. Let me go in here and get, where are you? No, not a Rocco Max adapter. That's not what I want. There we go. F4. We're gonna need our docking tunnel access hatch. Now move that all back into position. One more forward. Okay. Now, let's go here. Truss structure off, interstage nodes on. Let's move the entire capsule just backwards a little ways, and I need to make that forward cover. I'm going to attach the plate to there initially, and what I want is to put a nose cone on it. So we attach to the correct node. I do believe that has 2 attachment nodes. Yeah. Use that, cover up the big one. All right, now put this, let's use up interstage node 1. Flip this thing around. And go here, and we move this. I take this thing and we move it to where basically it intersects. rotate the nose cone backwards for now so I don't see it. It's not the right diameter again. The diameter needs to be like right here if I'm looking at this right. Alright, move the capsule back into position. On its tooling jig. Like that, and then go in here. Shut off interstage nodes. Move that out of the way. So the fairing's actually a thicker shape, so we can actually take that and move this into position, and oh, that gives us the spots for the parachutes. Nice. This needs to move back a couple of ticks. And that one needs to move forward. That heat shield might still able to be removed, guys. If I'm looking at those gliders right, the heat shield glider doesn't... The heat shield glider starts like right here. It might be possible to pop that heat shield off and replace it if we ever wanted to. That'd be kind of cool to do, but yeah. Now, the next thing that we got to do up here, dudes, is to figure out the forward shell. Because I could put all the parachutes and everything in there. Orion has this kind of recessed area at the top. See this shell piece right here? You can see where the pressure vessel stops right there, and this begins. This is just a cover, and it's holding all the parachutes in place. So, like, if we go over here, Artemis 2 splashdown, and we could see if we could see some pictures of Tegrity. There we go. There's a nice picture of Tegrity right there. Yeah, you value your privacy. Don't lie to me. See? The cover has the parachute mortars in it. And the floaty bags. I forget what they're called. The balls have an acronym. It's the uprighting thing. Whoa, the first Soyuz 5 launch just happened? Cool. Whoa. Shift adjacent spheres. Yeah, they basically prevent the capsule from flipping over. There you go, Soyuz 5.
Есть контакт с подъемом. Полный режим главной ступени тяги. 10. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
The first and second stages of Soyuz 5 worked normally. The mass simulator was put on a calculated suborbital trajectory, followed by a fall in an area previously close to shipping and aviation in the Pacific Ocean. Huh. They got Soyuz 5 working. CMOS is what it's called. That's what it is, Scott. Command Module Uprighting System. Thank you. Now, how do we make that ring? And how do we make it jettisonable? How are we going to do that? You could just don't have it like the SRBs. Yeah, Pigsig, that would... But I only came to that conclusion with the solid rocket boosters. I only came to that conclusion with the SRBs after we, after I decided that that would be easier. Fellas, I'm not 100% sure how reusable this capsule is going to be. How would you hypothetically reintegrate the ring? That's where I'm at. I don't really have an answer for you. I could make the ring. We could make another fairing and have the other fairing deploy, right? I mean, we could make the capsule refurbishable, you know, like... I could make the capsule integratable, too. We could make it integratable, but we can't, like, Yeah. Okay, Strut says engineering guides is legit hot. You like that? They really help. Nice game. That was good. Appreciate that. I don't want to duplicate the damn heat shield. Stop it. See, that always puts a stupid freaking lip there and it looks terrible. Whatever. We're not gonna see it. We're only gonna see it at the very end of the mission. This thing, I don't know, dudes. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. I'm thinking. You could use the flag panels. It's gonna add parts, Isabel. That's kind of what I'm worried about. You know? How many parts is the entire capsule right now? And it's not just the part count of the capsule that I'm worried about. I don't really want the capsule to be more, the whole service module and everything to be more than 100 parts. It's not necessarily about, like, okay, say we make a 200 part capsule. Can the game run that? Yeah, sure. That's no problem. But can the game run a 200 part capsule attached to a 1,000 part transfer vehicle in the future with a lander on it and all the engines that we need to go wherever we need to go? I don't know. The less parts now, the better. The other thing that I'm worried about here is that with this thing, guys, if I just made the fairing go all the way to the front, right, and we made it look, you know, like that, we made it look good, right, have it go all the way to the front, and then I put my parachutes inside of a fairing, parachutes won't deploy. That's a problem. I'm trading off stuff in my mind here. What I'm honestly thinking about doing is using that. It's not bad. I mean, honestly, I could probably use the service module still. I could probably use the actually, yeah. I could use the SM. We could put the SM on this. I know what we could do if we really wanted to do some CV action is put that on there instead of the Terrier engine. Get some Wolfhound action on the... Oh, that looks awful. Wow. That looks terrible. Nice. It's much too big. Unless we did something like that, that doesn't look too bad. Sculpt line on that fairing service module is very nice. Thank you. It looks out of proportion. But, Jim, what I'm wondering is it going to look out of proportion with this thing? Remember, we're making the CEV. We're not making Orion exactly. I'm using parts of it. I'm building the crew exploration vehicle, which has a bigger service module. That's not what I wanted to do at all.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
King getting 121-month resub. It's the Orion... The command module between Orion MPCV and Orion CEV is more or less the same. Autumnus, it's the service module that's different. I want my uprated service module because I want to build the Orion from Constellation, which is not exactly like the Orion from Artemis 2. It's better. A better service module. You don't like the circular? I do. I think that looks sick. I believe those solar arrays found their way onto Cygnus, if I'm remembering right, but surface module diameter. Like, sorry if you've already discussed this a million times, but I would love to know how you're getting the fairings to close like you do in these tricky situations. Alt left click just ends the fairing. Raptor side, get away. No problem, Alex. Did you see that Soyuz 5 launched? We just saw some footage, 201, yeah. Interesting. Guys, here's the thing. All right. I'm genuinely curious, and if you're watching this like on a YouTube bot or something, feel free to comment about it. And I'm not just saying that to fish for comments. I'll check the comments on this tomorrow. This is April 30th, 2026, so I'll check them the next day. Look. That's right, Jim, I do. I'm looking at how long this is going to take to develop. If I wanted to make sure that this capsule was good from every way, shape, or form, I'd need about a week. I'd need about a week to get this right. I build slow. Because I don't want any surprises when we go to use this thing, especially with Kerbals. The Mission Mode 3 save does have permadeath, so you do something dumb with the capsule, it's your own fault. Could I remake everything? Yes. We could discuss requirements for our spaceship, but Kerbal rating a spaceship via my rules, right, does take some time. Like, I know it looks like, oh, you got your pressure thing, you got your service module. The service module is not sized correctly. It's actually, the service module diameter is too thin. It needs to be a little bit wider. even if we were going to make this look like MPCV, it would need to be a little bit wider diameter, which, yeah. This is stock, Bim, yeah. It's the capsule right now is just a bunch of fairing plates. It's not anything particularly special. Not yet, at least. Yeah, I would need to change the diameter of the service module. And that means I'd need to redo all of my thrusters, and we would obviously want to redo propulsion so we have the right amount of kick with the capsule. This is all stuff that I did with the Taurus 1 capsule over here. I already did all that. If anything, I'm making the Taurus 2 capsule I'm making the Taurus 2 capsule out of leftover, like out of what I learned from the Taurus 1. Once again, could I do it? Yes. The real question is, is that what you guys want to see? It's going to require some pretty hard engineering for basic, I don't know. I'd say another week to have it all dialed in. And you know, that's with doing Flame Trench, right? That's with doing Space News. I'm down for whatever. It's just for the people that want to see stuff fly. If we use the other capsule, we could be flying next Monday. If not Monday after next. Yeah, Haikloo, I can do that. That's fine. I'm like, once again, I'm actually asking. We could use the Taurus 1 capsule and get away with it. And then everything would just be too small. It would look weird compared to everything else, but it works. It works really well. I could take what I learned from Taurus 1, apply it to Taurus 2, rebuild everything from scratch, right? And, you know, it's not just build the capsule. You got to build the capsule, then you got to test it. I have a very stringent testing regime for my capsules. Pad abort, in-flight abort, the parachute out scenarios. I have to make sure that we can re-enter it correctly. We have to make sure it can do a lunar re-entry. Okay, X-Wing, yeah. You know, you think it's an awesome project? Have you ever had a capsule design not survive a lunar re-entry test? I don't know. Well, no, not really, but this capsule is not going to be like Taurus 1. This one is going to be steerable. This capsule is going to have way better cross-range capability, and I'm going to need to do all the aerodynamic evaluation on it, etc., etc. And I know what people are saying, bro, it's just Kerbal. Just play the stupid game. Well, this is how I play. This makes it so when we go to do missions, I don't have any surprises. It's not just thinking about building the capsule. It's thinking about building the capsule and getting it to fly, right? It's not just that. It's thinking about what is this going to do when it's docked to a 1,000-part transfer vehicle and we're hurling nuclear engines at Duna with this thing attached to the front. That's what this is about. You know? Like, I'm not just thinking about, oh, build the capsule, have it go up and come back down. Yeah, that's no problem. Offset COM and roll steering. That is exactly what I'm going to do, yeah. I'd rather sit by longer and wait for you to be ready so you can use it on a lot of missions instead of being scrapped and it needs to be redone. Hey, Miller Time, what's up? 51-month resub. Yeah, it's just discussing trade-offs here. I'm just wondering if I'm boring you guys, that's all. It's going to take a week to get this thing perfect. I need a week to dial it in. To make sure that everything works. From all of our parachute deployment systems. I treat this like we were actually engineering it out. And this is the point where I've done enough feasibility studies here to really know and understand how long this project is going to take. And what just kind of hit, I came to this conclusion based off of like, I put my Taurus 1 capsule in here and I was like, okay, what parts can I take off of this? The answer is pretty much none. Pretty much nothing. I was like, oh, I should just be able to put the service module back in, but no. Pretty much none. There's no, I reuse the docking system. There's really no parts. It's more or less a clean sheet design based off of what I learned from the Taurus 1 program. Yeah, this is I mean, it seems like the vast majority of you guys are kind of cool with it, so all right. Yeah, I've never made a capsule like this. That's the other thing. I've never done a fairing-based capsule shell like this. I've always used the 2-1 command pod. Every time. Every capsule that I've ever made is built around that thing. And this one will have that, but it won't be like... It'll be inside the pressure vessel. Perhaps a series of drop tests. We can yeet it out the back to test the parachutes, sure. I absolutely love what you did in 2020 after making reusable aircraft. In-depth craft file and testing. You were making DART. That marked the year I really got into spaceflight, so I'm all for it. The unfortunate thing about this thing, Wally, is that without the right diameter heat shield, this capsule is not going to be reusable. It is a refurbishable capsule. But then again, it has a jettisonable service module, so... I already like it. I think it already looks great. Fairing and control seats inside and it's done. I don't know why you were all in on a tessellated heat shield. Hey Ren, what's going on, dude? Yeah, but Hellfish, what happens when that heat shield burns off? And that heat shield would be a ton of parts, dude. Like for the shuttle, we can get away with it, right? But like I said, dude, this is going to be attached to much, much, much bigger spacecraft. So I don't know, man. What lander do you plan to make? I'm going to make the lander that I think NASA needs right now. Yeah, I'm going to make the lander I think NASA needs. Just like I made the stage that SLS needs right now. Look, there's a method to my madness with that 72 tons TLI rating. This capsule, like, look, this capsule's probably going to be about, I mean, we have to add the last and everything and engines, etc., etc. I would budget 15 tons for this. That means I have 55 tons, well, 57 tons for a lander. That's a giant lander. I know. You guys said build a moon base. Was that not the requirement that was stipulated by chat when I asked what people wanted to see a couple weeks ago? Like after Artemis 2 and after DBF, I was like, what do you guys want to see? And everyone was like moon base. Like that's what most people said. So I'm amalgamating what I got from basically data mining chat about what you guys want to see, and I'm amalgamating that into an architecture. People said shuttle, SLS, moon base. All right, cool. I've been working on this for a couple of weeks now. Is there a trade-off to embedding the Mark 1-2 versus the pomegranate? Egress. Egressing is my big thing. Getting out of the capsule. I want Kerbals to be able to get out of it for potential EVAs if needed. Oh, okay, Drew. Good to know. All right, so you guys want to see this thing. You guys want me to see this through. Noted. Thank you. Your feedback is important to us. Thank you very much. We want to see moon bases that build stages for lunar launches. What?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Holy moly. Let's do it right. I don't know, I think we should scrap it to prepare for a Duna mission. Reference acknowledged, but also no. Shut up, man. Shut up. So, all right. I'll keep my service. We'll keep the service module around. Just put it over there. Put it over there. Make it happy. Just. But we could do it for less money. Yeah, and if I want to go skiing, buying one ski is cheaper. As opposed to buying two. So snowboarding. Last time I checked, one ski is not a snowboard, but you know, whatever. All right. Okay. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page there. I can reuse the service module, but I'm gonna have to redo how all the thrust that I have to redo the thruster configurations and stuff. We can probably reuse the thruster blocks. That'll be fine. Benefit of this is that I can actually add more monopropellant to this design. Okay, so let's get back to what we were working on. What I was trying to figure out is a shoot requirement here. Now, guys, I'll be 100% honest. This capsule dumps the SM. We dumped the service module. And I was going to say, because we dumped the service module, I might just make the capsule refurbishable. Because the other thing is that, like, we have a half fairing, half heat shield, and pulling that is not going to really... I was going to say, that's not really going to work. This isn't going to work how we want it to. So, the capsule is going to be recoverable, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, XJ. 24-month resub. Thank you, man. I saw what you said. I didn't acknowledge it because too many people were being dumb. In practice, how much of a pain is it tuning the offset masses in the command module, service module, so that the combined COM is centered for on-orbit maneuvers? I did it with... this capsule has it. Yeah. This capsule has it. It's not that bad. Could Kerbals just pull the heat shield off and Node attach another one? With enough engineer, yeah. If you had enough engineers in the vicinity, they could all lift it up and put it back into place, yeah. Which means it would attach Node like that, which actually I do not want that, because that screws it up. I have not tested that. I don't know if it'll work. That's why we explored the 375 heat shield requirement. All right, I'm thinking about too many things. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna get up, walk around for a second so I can refocus. Be right back. 1 moment. All right. What's the issue? I started scoping the project too big, XJ. And it started giving me builder's block. Let's just get back to what we were doing. Guys, I think I'm going to veto the reusability requirements on the capsule. I mean, we're using SLS and Ares 1, so... Let's be real. This architecture is more about exploration, less about like reusing stuff, especially with mission mode 3. And the shuttle brings up our reusable contingency there. So like if I wanted to reuse stuff, we could. Like, you know what? Let me just check something. Yeah, see, it's too big. That wouldn't work. Just a thought. No, I meant what were you trying to do? So XJ, I essentially asked everybody, this is the Taurus 2 capsule. You saw me make the Taurus 1 capsule in career mode, which I have the service module from it, and it works great. We tested it out. It works really good. It's flown multiple missions really successfully. My problem with the Taurus 2 capsule is that it's too small. I have an architecture that's built around 0.62 scale, the Kerbal scale. With the Taurus capsule, I built the architecture around the scale of the 1-3 command pod, which is Apollo. Technically, the Taurus capsule is an Apollo CSM-sized Orion capsule. It's not the right size. You can see the differences right there, right? So it's not exactly the right size. This is a scaled size of Orion. That is how big a Kerbalized Orion would be. And the Taurus 1 capsule will work really good. It basically is synonymous in function with a real Orion. It works exactly the same, only I have a better service module because I hate the ESM, but that's another story, right? Like, but it would look really weird. I put one on SLS a little while back as a challenge that Max gave me, and it looks ridiculous. It looks stupid. I don't like it at all. Is it a big deal? No, not really. I'm a sucker for continuity. I like everything scaled correctly. I always like to test my building skills to scale. I think that to scale everything and make it look right, I think that makes for good content. What I'm really, I kind of started looking into this, and there is some stuff that is a little bit difficult, right? Like my pressure vessel is full of fairing parts right now. And aerodynamically, I don't know what that's going to do. I've never built a capsule like this, and we don't have the right diameter heat shield. So I had to build, my heat shield is half fairing, half actual freaking heat shield. I'm not sure how that's going to work, to be honest with you. I don't know. It might not work good. And if it doesn't work good, then what are we going to do? You know, but you know, it'd probably be good to test. So what I asked chat was like, look, do we want to fly next week with the Taurus 1 capsule or continue this and complete the set of all the stuff that we've been building? Because the Taurus 2 capsule, if I can get it working, would look amazing. It would look great on my SLS, on my Ares 1. It would just, dude, it would be amazing. And it would basically be my end-all, be-all capsule. It would be the best capsule we've ever made. But there are some design challenges here. The Taurus 1 capsule could be reused. I could theoretically pick the thing up and attach it to another service module, as seen right there. I never did it, but you could. Orion is reusable in real life. You could theoretically reuse the pressure vessel. Lockheed won't do it for a little while, but you could. Now, I'll be 100% honest with you. I build for reusability requirements all the time, and then we end up never doing it because we move on to the next thing. So what I'm really thinking, XJ, is the solution here. Some of the challenges of building this capsule out is trying to make it reusable, trying to make it so I could reuse the pressure vessel and reattach it to a service module. I think I'm going to delete that requirement and just make an Orion capsule and just make it recoverable. And we will just paint the name on the side and call it refurbished, like what I used to do with my shuttle back in the day. I mean, we're doing that with the shuttle and the save anyway. Might as well do it with the Orion capsule as well. So what I really kind of defaulted to here is that I probably would need next week to dial in this capsule and get it working correctly, because with my mission mode 3, what I plan on doing with SLS, with Ares 1, with the shuttle, is some real down and dirty stuff. Yeah, this is... We're going to be using this capsule a lot, and we're going to be using the shuttle a lot as well. Did you see that Soyuz 5 launched? I did, Sam. Wasn't ready for that. Yeah, I mean, in the mission mode 3 save, there's no requirements for reusability. So I don't think we should build for reusability requirements in mission mode 3. There's no requirement for it. It's not mission mode 2. So I'm using a different rule set here. Yeah, Hip, that's kind of where I'm at. Mission mode 3 is for a high flight frequency. Yeah. So I'm going to get rid of the reusability requirement for the capsule. I suppose we could keep it for the shuttle. I am building the shuttle pad, and we could do it. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So you guys want to see me see this through. Okay, this is going to be easier to see this through if we make the capsule refurbishable. If we wanted to make it reusable sometime down the road, I'm sure I could figure it out. But like, see that extra docking port right there? That's going to complicate things. I don't want that. I still like using a docking port to service module. There are reasons for that. It's just so I don't accidentally separate the service module with the decoupler. You have to go in there and click on the docking port to separate. I had a bad experience once. So I still will use a docking port to connect capsule to SM, but yeah. I had a bad experience, all right? I had a bad experience. Okay? Damn it, I'm deaf. Going with version 2 of the Tortoise capsule would probably be the best way forward. All right, cool. Do you want to talk about it? I don't. No. All right, so if I'm going to get rid of that requirement, let's get rid of that docking port, and we'll attach the heat shield directly to the fairing. Move it back into position, and then give me the fairing. Build out that fairing again. Oh. Okay, let's build out the capsule right then. I will use the 2.5 heat shield. I will use the half fairing, half heat shield. That looked fine to me. I think that looked great. Yeah, I'm cool with it. Fairing's getting in the way. All right, give me 1 second. Where'd you go? Get back here. What I want to do here is get the line of the heat shield. See that profile line right there? That's what I'm looking for. Just back this up. Make sure the strut matches that line. Okay, cool. Local attachment there. So I want this line between the fairing and the heat shield to be pretty seamless. There we go. Hey, Nassenman. Good. Okay. All right, so now that's all good. We got rid of that requirement. I still have my docking port down there. For attaching the service module, and even though it looks like it's buried in the heat shield, you could just barely see it peeking out. You can dock to that, which is great. Are you going to build the European service module? Something like that. All right, so get rid of that. Get that out of here for now. We're going to go to deep space with this. That's the idea. Yeah, man. Silver. You know what? Just close that. Close that on there. It looks better if it's closed. There we go. It does put a little bit of a lip in the heat shield right there, but that's fine. Always a treat watching EJ hack KSP to engineer better vehicles. Thanks, man. All right, we don't need that no more. All right, cool. What is our part count on the capsule itself right now? 15. Good. Good. 15 for the pressure vessel is pretty decent. Pressure vessel and heat shield. All right, sweet. All right, so now here comes the challenge. We need to put the actual capsule in here. We need to put this bad boy into this. Get rid of the shroud. Let's get rid of its monopropellant. I do not want its RCS, and I definitely don't want wheel authority. What kind of room do we have? I'm about to say, what kind of room do we have here? Not a lot. What are all the struts for? Brandon, those were rulers to get the measurements for the capsule. Think of that like the tooling that I use to get the right shapes. And then that's the service module. You know what? We don't need the SM right now. We can load another one in. Just get rid of it for now. So I have a better understanding of the part count here. Don't stage that. Don't stage that. That's fine. I might just deal with the offset like that. And guys, so what I'm thinking about, okay, Kerbal EVAing, right? Like, what are we gonna do about that? What are we doing about that? The engineering readout will tell you if a hatch is blocked. I've actually never used that thing. Let me save. See if the engineering report. That way would work really well if the capsule wasn't like sticking out of the freaking front of the back of the vehicle. I'm not selecting. I'm selecting the capsule game. Hello? 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 Yes, this is EJ. Yes, I would like to select the capsule pressure vessel, please. Thank you. What the heck did I just... The thing is that this is not that much freaking bigger. It's pretty close. Like, it's definitely the same size front to back for the most part. Yeah, I'm working on that. Working on doing the off-center thing. It's the same. I think that's where I want it. I don't know what it's gonna do with EVAing though. What pisses me off is that a little bit is creeping through on the backside of the heat shield, but what are you gonna do? 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 We're gonna do nothing. That gets us pretty significantly off in our center of mass, that's for sure. Yeah, center of mass is definitely off the center line there. That's really good. That's exactly what we want. All right, cool. Let me attach this over here, and I want, once again, you guys know the drill, nose cone on the front node, just to make sure we don't attach it to the wrong thing. Let's go in here like this. Yeah, we can put it on an interstage node. That's fine. The real question is, what interstage node do we put it on? I would say the forward fairing is probably okay. What are the struts used for? Measuring. They're used for giving me straight lines so I can get the fairing shape right, JP. Yeah, it's a little bit of a trick of the trade here. Yeah, see how I use them to measure diameters and stuff and get the angle of the capsule, because the Orion capsule's angle is a little bit different than the 2-1 command pod in the game. What about the cupola? The cupola's way too big, dude. If we wanted to, like, offset the hatch, dude. And that only holds one Kerbal. And the other thing would be, somebody mentioned use the pomegranate, but... Mission Mode 3 is the continuation of the old one, Phil. The Mission Mode 3 where I built Space Station Freedom. Canonically, that makes the most sense to build shuttle-derived launch vehicles because that save is centered around around the space shuttle. Yeah, so it's going to be the one with Freedom in it, so I can use that to test this thing and send it to Freedom, which is pretty cool. Stick some seats in the fairing and call it a day. No, we need the offset mass. The Hitchhiker. The Hitchhiker plus Mark 1, huh? Which one is the Hitchhiker? This thing? Oh, the crew tank. That is a good point. Do we want this to hold 4 Kerbals? Oh crap, I didn't think of that. Huh, I didn't think of that. Son of a gun.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do I use any visual mods? Yeah, I have a couple of them. Yeah, Weather Guy's got it. How would the hatches work? I don't know. I haven't thought of that yet. Hatches obstructed, son of a... The background music slaps. What is this? I'll link the playlist. I mean, that's not... Guys, the engineering report is not giving me a hatch obstructed, but it's... I don't trust that. The best way to do it is to go test it. Now, the thing is where is Orion's hatch? The hatch is starboard side, so... Can you link the music for you as well? Sure. Ryan's causing hate and discontent in the Raptor side chat.
But surely something that large, they could do a 39A. There's more area there than there is at 39A. They could literally do Falcon and then add Starship to it like they do at 39. So I totally agree. I think they won't even bother. I mean, Ryan, let's think about it. Falcon 9 isn't going to be around forever, is it?
I think if they are really as focused as they are on wanting to get their AI satellites up, plus the Starship V3, your best option for as a launch company is to nix Falcon 9 at Slick 6 entirely, including Falcon Heavy, nix it all the way, and do 2 Starship pads where you get your SSO corridor. It's a much better SSO launch corridor than it is at the Cape. And there's your perfect launch corridor for your AI sats and for Starship V3, Starlink V3. Boom, done. That's what you do.
You know what? Totally
I
agree.
think that's what they're going to do.
Yep, totally agree. Totally agree.
Do these guys know about LC?
Maybe they'll do both, but
LC12
the more I
though?
think about it, and the
Oh wait,
longer
no, that's
things go
blue.
on,
Never mind.
I think they'll just go clean slate. Okay, we've decided to modify this agreement.
I agree with them. That's what's going to happen. SpaceX isn't going to develop out a Falcon 9 pad at Slick 6 just to get rid of it. Just to get rid of it for like 5 years. They're not doing that. I think Slick 6 will be retooled for Starship. I think they're right. All right, let's this isn't saying that the hatch is obstructed, so we might want to put one of these pods in a position where the hatch actually is obstructed, so we don't have them EVA out of the wrong one. Oh, really, Fluffy? Interesting. No, that's funny though, Hellfish. All right, let's put Kerbals in them. Lent, you spend a lot of time around Slick 6 when you were stationed there. It's one of my favorite launch pads, Lent. I liked it in shuttle configuration though, but a lot of that's not an unpopular opinion. Yeah, see, hatch is obstructed, can't exit. Okay, so we got a hatch obstruction there. Try that. See what that does. And I do mean around. I was MP, so I never went inside anything. Yeah, I got you. It's cool, Lent. Stable 2, repeat, stable 2. This is a terrible test because it rolled over directly onto the damn hatch. Man, come on. Dang, Weeble Wobbles. You guys understand the Weeble Wobbles? We don't want Weeble Wobbles. No Weebly Wobbles. No Weebly Wobbles. Come on. Come on, Jeb. Get out of the capsule. Consider adding Mark 1 parts for increased crew capacity in the future. No. 4 is plenty nuclear. Is it not? Like... Let's see if that does it. The other thing that I want to do is... just make a little weird contraption here. No, I really got to figure out if this thing is going to work, man. Capsule egress is not necessarily the biggest requirement, but I don't want a potential scenario where my Kerbals are stuck inside of their capsule and they can't get out. That just seems like something you probably should make sure works. You can ingress, but you can't egress. Is there anything different from the Orion on Ares 1? There was no Orion on Ares 1. It was a mass simulator. It really wasn't a... it's just a dud. So you can get in that way. Can't get out that way, though. I meant the one that was meant to fly. Yeah, I talked about that in detail at the beginning of the stream, dude. It's the Orion CEV versus the MPCV. Crew exploration vehicle is what we're looking for. All right, like how far out does this need to be? Let's try that. That's not what we want, but I'm just kind of wondering how far out this thing needs to be to make the hatch work. What's the difference between CEV and MPCV? One of the CEV, the short story Reddit stupid is that CEV is designed for low Earth orbit in the moon, and MPCV is the Mars variant. And MPCV is what we got, which is why they decided to build Gateway, etc., etc. There's a whole story to that. I don't really want to rant about it no more. Hey, that worked. Huh. Huh. Yeah, nuclear, that should work. Like, will that work? Because if we could get away with that, I wouldn't have a problem. That's fine. I mean, it looks a little strange, but we can cover some of it up with flags to make it not look as weird. But that doesn't look bad. It looks fine. I haven't, Kelly, no. Just a case of micro... Yep, Lewis, that's really what we're doing, yeah. Actually, guys, CEV started as a mini space shuttle. Chat reminded me of that today, because I said I was going to build the CEV, and they're like, oh, you're building a mini shuttle? I'm like, what? No. No. Come on. Work. Nope. I mean, I could probably build that CV.
Oh, this is space.
Angry
I'm in
Medic.
space.
Oh, dude, give him 10. Give him a 10 pack there. Thank you. Thanks, man. Ani had a 12-month resub in there as well. Thank you. Dude, if I can get the hatch working, like, even that, I wouldn't mind that. There's room to play here. That'll work. Come on. Come on, Jeb. Get out. Hey, Matt. What's going on, dude? Try that. Jeb? Oh, that works. I don't hate it. Not even kidding. You could put some flags on this, make it look like a hatch, and then call it a day. I just hope the flags don't, like, screw it up too much. what I did was this. I just tilted it a little bit. Let's try that. It's a locator point 95. The Kerbal spawner, like when you have them get out of the hatch, there's a spawn position that they built in the part file. If that's too close to something, then yeah, it won't work. As long as you get the spawner away from any other part, it should be okay. Should be. We're like just on the threshold there, dude. That one, moving it out a little bit more should do it. Kaleidoscope shows the collider that the Kerbal's EVA from. Could be useful. Possible that it's flexing. Yes, Ani, we're gonna have to strut it. Jeb, see?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My favorite space stream, no cap, Sule.
The hell does Sule mean? Oh, yeah, okay. It took a second. I got it. I'm laughing, but I got it. No cap soul, huh? I am wearing a cap, though.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Will the flag block the hatch? Probably. Probably. Gucci man. 51-month resub. The worm is back. Could place the SM umbilical right where that bump is. I actually think that's where the SM umbilical... Oh, no, it's not. No, it's on the other side. Hey, Pie Guy. I'm just rifling through all the different ways in my head that we could get this to work. Kind of goes back to what I was
Discovery,
thinking,
go
though,
and throttle
dudes.
up.
Hey, Dark House. Is there a need to EVA? When would we need to EVA out of the capsule? Now once again, think about this mission mode 3 rule style. When would we need to EVA? Ever? For science? Emergencies is the only scenario that you can think of. What's the mission mode 3 rules? Highest difficulty, no saves, no reverts, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's mission mode 2 minus my recovery rules. And the chat voting system. Recovery and launchpad rules. You don't need to build pads. You don't need to you don't need to build launch pads. You don't need to recover stuff. You can just hit the recovery button. But it's still all the highest difficulty. No reverting, no nothing. And I still, it's still a career mode with science. You still have to unlock stuff. Maybe in an emergency, but that's all I can think of. I might already have the science unlocked, XJ. That's the thing. Might already have it unlocked. I don't remember. They need a hatch to toss the CCUs. Yeah. Did you ever get the SERV SSTO to work? Oh yeah, that worked just fine. 95. That was a great vehicle. Great little medium duty launch vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, it used, actually, I don't know if I used the inflator heat shield for it. Maybe I did. I don't remember. You don't seem like you want it. Just ditch it and call it a day. Why do EVA spacesuits need space for the legs? Why not have more like a sleeping bag, simpler design? You use your feet during an EVA, Catfish. You can use your legs to hook on. You can hook the boot onto things. But yeah, I mean that, and I don't think any astronaut wants to look like a mermaid floating around in space. Just putting it out there. Yeah, I'm about to get rid of that requirement too. I don't need that. Merman. Merman. You know, the other hand is like, I don't really mind this. This is okay. It's not too bad. It's a merman. Merman. I'm like wondering, like, how would we Could we get it into the same place where Orion's hatch is? That's gonna be easier. Okay, I got another idea. We know that that works. Here's what I want. Yeah, it'll be easier to do with the Mark 1. Somebody actually said to do that at the beginning. I forget who it was. Here's how I want to set this up. So I want a hamburger. I want a hot dog. You'll get nothing like it. Boom. Very nice. Looks like Big Gemini. I want that up there. And then, you guys get me an idea with that hitchhiker. We put a Mark 1 crew cabin down there. Put the same stupid nose cone on it, right? Right, and we put the... Oh. Never mind. I was gonna have the crew tank right underneath the capsule, so the Kerbals are actually in the right spots where Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor were. Yeah. What about rotating at 90? I don't know, Ani. Let's see. That works. I like it. Yeah, so the two Kerbals are one on top of the other, and then the hatch position will be empty. Good call, guys. That actually barely fits, but it fits. Call that the mass for the pressure vessel, okay? And that does give us the offset. It gives us an offset COM. Oh, it's really not much. Really? Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay, cool. That was just screwing up my judgment a little bit. It'll be more with the Kerbals in it. That's right. See? Put in Kerbals in it. Does mess it up. Well, not mess it up. It does what we want. I want this thing not to be symmetrical. Now, the thing is what are we gonna do about this? No wheel authority. That's where the capsule is, or that's where the hatch is on Orion. See what it does. Yeah, and we have an extra seat just in case. No. No, come on. Guys, I'm gonna forego EVA requirements. I'm confident enough that in my Kerbal abilities to be able to, like, the only time we need an EVA here is like if the poop hits the fan. I won't let the poop hit the fan. I won't allow that to happen. So no, John, I haven't, but that's cool. Any chance you could design a door part around one of the Soyuz style pods? Just thinking it might be small enough to make it work. Yeah, exactly, Pigzig. If it goes that wrong, dude, I'm just gonna jettison the freaking panel. Yeah. That's neat, John. Cool. Famous last words. Yeah, I just don't know how we would have a better solution. With the Mark 1? Mark 1 crew cab? What do you mean? It fits. It's awful, but it fits. And that hatch doesn't look too bad. I mean, we're clipping parts like crazy, so whatever, dude. We're already there. Like I don't want to abandon this requirement unless I absolutely have to. I don't like that idea at all. So, Bob. Okay. 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 How far can we get away with this? Give me 1 second. I think Bree and Titan are here. Hey, buddy. How you doing, buddy? Hello.
There's some big cardboard boxes with the letters AMD on them at our door.
How big?
Quite large.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Large enough, I think they require your attention.
Okay. Okay. I just had a breakthrough.
I'm sorry.
I just had a breakthrough, and everything's just breaking through at once. all good things. I didn't get the quarters from Auto Metal Direct, Elfish. I didn't need the full quarter. I just needed the patch. We did get floors and a transmission cross member, though. Should I go get them?
I think you should. I don't like them sitting on our front porch.
Excuse me. I'll be right back. This works. I know what I want to do with this. I'll just be right back 1 second. And when I get them inside, I'll show you them on the shop view. I'll be right back. Okay. Quick detour real fast. There you go. We have the torsion bar cross member, and then those are the floorboards too. Yeah, right there. That's the floor for the car. Like the thing that you're sitting on, like the seats are bolted to. Yeah. I do believe the 2 floor panels are in that one box, because I have left and right floorboards. Panderific, thank you for the raid. When does the lift get in? The lift gets in when that car is able to move, because it can't move right now because it's missing pieces. So we're going full restore. I want to get the shell structurally integral, XJ. The reason why I want to do it is if we're going to put the 5.7 Hemi in this thing with eagle heads and an 8R70 behind it, it's going to end up making more horsepower than it's going to make more horsepower than like a 426 Hemi, like a Gen 2 Hemi. So yeah, shell needs to be that way. Yeah, I'm even thinking like subframe connectors would probably be a good idea too eventually, but I don't know. Here, let's look at the top box. I'm not going to open the bottom one because I haven't, it's like taped to hell, but give me one sec. We can open up the cross member. Dude, this thing is very, very nice. This thing is great. This is a torsion bar cross member. The Coronet has 2 big torsion bars. So this is like it's under the so like the driver's seat would be right here and the passenger seat would be right here. Right? It has 2 long bars that go to the front suspension. Mine is destroyed. Mine's destroyed from about here out on this side and about here out on that side. This is the part that rusts because they have all these holes, and all over time dirt and stuff gets all caught up in there. It gets all caught up in here and then it rusts from the inside out. Dude, this is like a major structural component of the car. Yeah. It's heavy. But this is also, like I said, these two things right here where the torsion bars are lining up. Hey, yes, what's going on? Your 86 Integra had torsion bars, yeah. Still don't get how she didn't fold in half. It's probably because of the B-pillar and the 4 doors, if I had to guess. What's that? This is a torsion bar cross member. It's the thing that holds the front suspension together on the Coronet. I needed a new one, and I got a new one. And this thing is nice. Very nice. So if you guys look, the torsion bar, one side of it, see it's hex? It's a big hex right there. So how the torsion bar works, guys, it's actually ridiculously simple suspension. How it works is that you got 2 bars and they go to the lower control arms up on the front suspension. So the front suspension would be like right here. And then there's a bar that connects to the pivoting point on the front suspension. And When the suspension is loaded, what it's doing is it's twisting this. It's twisting the bar. It's causing torsion. These bars are made out of spring steel. So when the suspension gets loaded up, right? So when the car is sitting, it twists the bar a little bit. And then when you go over a bump, it twists the bars even more. So like the control arms would be like this. It twists them even more. And the more it twists, the more it wants to rebound back, right? Because it's spring steel. And that with a shock absorber is it. That's the suspension. It's very simple. A Volkswagen Beetle has torsion bars. If you guys like old Volkswagens, it has torsion bars. Abrams have torsion bars. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they do. It's a little different than this. Actually, the Abrams torsion bar is it's more similar to the Volkswagen Beetle than it is to this. Did you order new torsion springs? I did not order the bars, but we can. And yeah, it would be kind of dumb to... It'd be kind of dumb to put the original torsion bars back into this, but the original torsion bars are fine as far as I can tell. I mean, we'll go look at them, dude. Hotchkiss springs. I mean, that'd be cool. But yeah. This thing is really nice. Like, I'm not sponsored by AMD, guys, but man, this thing is sick. It is. It's nice. It is a nice piece. This is factory level quality. It's really good. But AMD is also the most expensive. Is there a reason to not shut those holes? Huh. You know what, Aqualux? That's a really good point. We should freaking weld them up, dude. Time to get an AMD sponsorship. Well, just like anything else, Geek, I'd prefer to buy the parts and see for myself so I can give you an unbiased answer without corporate interests. But AMD is nice, dudes. This stuff is great. These are really, really nice parts. And then the floorboards that I got go right here and here. I have a question. Is the torsion bar rod going through this part? It is. They go through here, and this holds the back of the torsion bar in place. See how it's hexed? The hole, it's a hex. Torsion bar goes, the back of the torsion bar goes through in here, and the front of the torsion bar goes through the pivot point on the front control arms. Imagine if you replace the torsion bars with rotary hydraulic actuators. I keep hearing AMD. AMD is Auto Metal Direct, not AMD the processor. I do have an AMD processor. It's a 9950X3D. But this thing's great, dude. This thing's real nice. This is a torsion bar cross.
Go at throttle up.
Hey SVO, what's going on? Tier 3, 38 months. Fancy seeing you here. Yeah, the AMD stuff is... Yeah, this is better. This is just as good as the factory, man. It's really, really nice. And this is all 16 gauge steel. It's real thick. But then again, this holds the front suspension of the car. Once again, just like the trunk, mine's gone. It's gone from about here out on the driver's side, and then on the passenger side there's holes in it. There's big rust like right here. There's holes on the bottom. I could probably repair this side on the cross member that I have, but on the driver's side it's toast. There's no repairing it because there's nothing to repair. Just like the trunk, there was nothing there. From where my hand is. From where my hand, like everything that my hand is covering right now is gone on the Coronet. We're past speed holes. We're at straight weight reduction. But yeah, this part's great. It's really nice. Anyway, let's get back to Kerbal. There are more parts coming. But yeah, I wanted to get those inside now. Guys, if it was, you know, any other day, I would just say leave them. But I wanted to bring them inside. And the reason I want to bring them inside is because it's raining out. So, anyway, let's get back to work. So, that hatch works. Any space news today? I've been kind of doing the I've been kind of doing the thing where I talk about space news as we kind of go. As we go through. Are we gonna get some BF6 shenanigans tonight? Probably not. BF6 is kind of Friday thing. So that hatch does work. Okay. Hey Toma. Is it working now because you attached the capsule to a node that is outside the fairing? The other ones were attached on the same nodes, Toma. That's a good question, though. Alright, so here's what I want to do. I want to get rid of the crew tank, then, if we're doing this. And what I want is this. Get rid of the monopropellant. Get rid of the wheel authority. We don't need any of that. And I want to put this in the right spot for our capsule. That more or less is the right spot. So let's rotate the capsule. Then we do the exact same thing that we just did. Okay, that more or less is the same spot. All right, let's see if it works. Was there actual footage of the Soyuz 5 launch, or was it just a Twitter post thing? Somebody here. There we go. It's Savitsky, not Nob. Savitsky, all right, right there.
Зажигание. Главное, есть контакт с подъемом. Полный режим главной ступени тяги. 10. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
That's definitely a Soyuz 5. You can see the 4 nozzles from the RD-171. Is Oriol going to launch on Soyuz 5 or Angara? I have no idea, dude. Does it RTLS? No. Ariane 6.4 launched this morning. Yeah. I did see that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that works. Guys, it works fine. The only problem is the interior cams on the capsule just look absolutely absurd. I'm cool with it. The Soyuz 5 launch was streamed on Roscosmos YouTube channel. Oh. I'm amazed nobody said nothing.
Материалы с космодрома, чтобы рассказать, как это было. Меня зовут Сергей Тюрин, и сегодня вместе с...
Let me just see something real quick. Oh, music. Launch vehicle Soyuz 5. Trends. I forget. I don't know. That's TRANS right there. I don't remember what it says.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые друзья! Мы рады приветствовать вас на трансляции запуска ракеты-носителя «Союз-5». Она состоялась всего меньше часа назад. Мы только что получили материалы с космодрома, чтобы рассказать, как это было. Меня зовут Сергей Тюрин, и сегодня вместе со мной этот старт...
I was trying to listen to what launch site he said, but he said it fast. Hold on. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые друзья! Мы рады приветствовать вас на трансляции.
So Sergey Turin, Roscosmos Media.
Запуска ракеты-носителя «Союз-5». Она...
Okay, launch vehicle Soyuz 5.
Состоялось всего меньше часа назад. Мы только что получили материалы с космодрома, чтобы рассказать, как это было. Меня зовут...
That's Baikonur. Yeah, it's Baikonur. It's the Soyuz. That's the Biturek pad. So this is the pad where they launched Zenit boosters from. He said it, and there's a Kazaki flag up there.
Сергей Тюрин, и сегодня вместе со мной этот старт будет комментировать эксперт в области космонавтики Михаил Кот.
What he said is,
Очень приятно.
it was shot an hour ago. We'll tell you how it went.
Сергей, я рад тебя приветствовать в студии. Приветствую и всех, кто сегодня с нами.
But he's got a Buran Energia shirt on.
следит за этим запуском.
Сегодняшний пуск особенный. Речь идет о совершенно новой ракете. «Союз-5» — это наш ответ на запрос времени. Ракета среднего класса, которая дает нам возможность выводить на орбиту до 17 тонн полезной нагрузки. Раньше эту нишу занимали ракеты «Зенит», но «Союз-5» это полностью...
Yeah, that's what he's saying right now, Tupcho. He's saying that this was the Zenit launch pad and they retooled it for Soyuz.
Созданная на современной цифровой базе. Миша, а какое место ракета занимает в современной космической программе?
Ну, я не побоюсь сказать, что в нынешней космической программе у нее должно быть ключевое место. Это основа совместного российско-казахстанского проекта «Байтерек». И сказать, что в нынешней космической программе у нее должно быть
Mikhail Kotov.
ключевое место. Это основа совместного российско-казахстанского проекта «Байтерек». И эта ракета позволяет по-новому задействовать наземную инфраструктуру Байконура уже для ее работы.
Soyuz 5 is Energia derived. And yeah, Energia Buran is shuttle derived. Just saying. Shuttle derived launch vehicle. Even overseas vehicles. Just saying.
Была модернизирована и используется площадка номер 45, стартовый комплекс, который раньше использовался «Зенитом». И для нас это не только сохранение тесного сотрудничества, но и новый инструмент для того, чтобы работать дальше, для того, чтобы запускать космические аппараты.
It's interesting. That says Kazkosmos up there. That's the Kazakh. It's interesting that they're showing the Kazakh space program's flags too. The Baytarek was a joint Kazakh-Russian project to launch Soyuz 5 from here. So they're showing their logos, and that's why it has the Kazakh flag on it.
Решение в рамках совместного проекта «Байтерек» — создание комплексного современного решения, которое объединяет усилия двух стран. Российская ракета-носитель «Союз-5» будет стартовать именно с казахстанского стартового комплекса «Байтерек».
Oh, dude, that actually worked.
Проект стартового комплекса выполнен научно-исследовательским институтом стартовых комплексов имени Владимира Павловича Бармина.
Самое главное отличие между этими ракетами «Союз-5» и «Союз-2» в полезной нагрузке, которую они выводят на орбиту.
It actually works, Vasya. It's not bad either.
До 8 тонн на низкую околоземную орбиту. Но это как газелька космическая. А здесь уже серьезный грузовик. Да, это тоже ракета среднего класса. Ракеты тяжелого класса начинаются с 20 тонн. Но она выводит 17 тонн на низкую околоземную орбиту. Это почти по максимуму для ракеты среднего класса. То есть класс тот же, а выводимая нагрузка гораздо больше. Но и кроме того, здесь новизна у этой ракеты не только в ее возможности.
Look at the hot staging ring. That's different. So guys, this rocket is actually, I mean, I know it looks like they took a Soyuz upper stage and put it on top of this new booster. To be honest with you, that is exactly what they did. But also at the same time, this first stage is actually pretty trick. Soyuz 5 is stir welded. It's the first time they've done that. That's a friction stir. It's friction stir welded. So
на 45-й площадке все максимально автоматизировано. Здесь не требуется такого количества рабочих, которые...
That's the Baytarek complex. This was used for Zenit.
Совершают нужные процедуры, готовят ракету к старту. Нет, здесь почти полная автоматизация.
It's the top end of medium-duty launch vehicles, WISP, 17 tons. That's pretty respectable. That's he's calling it a medium-duty launch vehicle, but it's basically right on the line of demarcation between a medium and heavy-duty launch vehicle. Soviet engineers simplicity mogging American launch pads from beyond the grave. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Автоматизация подготовки стартового комплекса направлена на снижение затрат и стоимости выведения. Минимальный персонал на площадке во время опасности. Началась ее подготовка к первому запуску в рамках проекта Байтерек
Fairing train.
с Республикой Казахстан.
Technologia Complex KRK Byterek.
Ракета-носитель — это дополнительный стартовый комплекс, дополнительный технический комплекс, соответственно, дополнительная пусковая
Dmitry Baranov.
установка.
Hey, I still got it, man. I still got it. I haven't read Russian in a long time. I still got it, dude.
Специалистов Республики Казахстан, поскольку технический старт это.
I guess that gets into questions of who decides what's medium versus heavy duty. I would say this is right on the line, Aqualex, yeah. It's right on the line. This thing, there's really, I mean, what would be a Western equivalent? Neutron? Neutron, maybe? Eclipse? No, not good enough. Eclipse is too small. Yeah, this is, maybe Stoke with Nova would be the closest equivalent to, that's probably the closest equivalent to this, believe it or not. Antares is too small. But the 330 Plus might be somewhat in line. Do you know what happened to the N1 pad and the HIF after the program ended? Matt, the N1 pad, so that's Site 110, it was retooled for Buran Energia and then abandoned. And then the hangar collapsed.
Собственность казахской стороны.
So, yeah, that's great. We love that.
С российским расчетом будет работать расчет Республики Казахстан.
Совместная российско-казахстанская.
Yeah, he's talking about how it's a joint Russian-Kazakh project. Oh, baby. Hold on. Well, I swear, we'll get back to the capsule stuff in a second. That RD-171MV, that's the most powerful liquid fuel rocket engine ever made, dude. Ever. Period.
При высоком давлении.
Yo.
Это позволяет достичь больших высоких показателей с точки зрения экономичности расхода топлива. Сотрудники НПО «Энергомаш» построили модели всех агрегатов двигателя.
It's got one power pack, 4 nozzles. Yep.
Что позволило перевести всю
Yeah, see? Dude, look, there he is. He's talking about it. There's the stir welder. See, the, Soyuz 5 is a 21st century rocket. I mean, it still has a Soyuz upper stage on it from like the 1970s, but hey, whatever. Whatever, dude. Yeah, look, there's the stir welding jig that they're using.
При создании ракеты-носителя применяется новая технология сварки трением с перемешиванием.
Nueva tecnología, huh? Oh, yeah? New technology.
Действительно для Российской Федерации инновационная, и она законченный цикл приобрела именно на этом ракетоносителе, и мы гордимся этим достижением. Также в перспективе и уже сегодня идут апробации аддитивных технологий в части интеграции.
Yeah, look, orthogrid stir welding. That's pretty modern, dude. You said it's Energia derived. Vargon, those RD-170s, the RD-171s, there's a single one of them in the bottom of Soyuz 5. It's a Energia booster. It's derived from Zenit, the Zenit booster, which is the side boosters on the Russian space shuttle. So this thing is like if we took a shuttle SRB and put an upper stage on top of it. Oh, wait. We tried doing that. Hey, otherwise, everything's good. The Russians apparently launched Soyuz 5. Yeah, look. Yeah, orthogrid stir welding. That's, this is all billet. Billet orthogrid stir welding. Welcome to the 21st century.
На второй летной машине мы уже видим абсолютно точно, что аддитивные технологии внедрятся и будут применены, и вторая летная машина уже будет работать с использованием этих технологий.
Новый «Союз-5» воплощает передовые технологические решения на всем цикле сборки и производства, а также при пуске и полете ракеты, обеспечивая устойчивое освоение космоса с минимальным экологическим следом. Особый акцент сделали на технологической модернизации при разработке автоматизированного старта ракеты.
Это полностью автоматизированная подготовка и пуск, то есть это исключает нахождение
Baronov, I've heard of that dude before at some point. I don't know what in projects he was involved in, but he's heard of him before.
Это очень важно сегодня.
Yeah, it's Soyuz 5, RJ. Yeah. What is that?
Союз 5 и программа Байтерек – символ нового уровня сотрудничества и технологического прогресса, который объединит лучшие отечественные разработки для обеспечения надежной...
Wait a minute. They stir welded the barrel segments, but the rings are TIG? The rings are MIG? TIG? Well, that's got to... Is Homeboy MIG welding that? That's aluminum. Guys.
И безопасности полета.
Never mind.
Миш, ну, первое, что бросается в глаза, это какая красивая ракета, согласен?
Мне она тоже очень-очень нравится. Она простая, лаконичная,
Soyuz is eternal.
ажурная. Это реально очень красивая ракета. И тут надо сказать, что здесь как раз в ее красоте и скрывается ее сила. Архитектура ракеты-носителя «Союз-2», привычного нам, это еще королевская семерка изначально. И вот по архитектуре там есть свои проблемы. Там большое количество разных элементов нужно создавать. Это 4 боковых ускорителя, это длинная, сложная по форме вторая ступень, это третья ступень. Здесь 2 ступени.
If you're listening to me on audio, what the dude is saying is that Soyuz 2-1 is a good rocket, but it's kind of a more regular looking Soyuz with the 4 side boosters. The 4 side boosters is a complication. It takes time. This single core booster that Soyuz 5 has with the RD-171MV, well, a more complicated engine is much easier to make.
Отсек очень красивый, и они в целом сами проще именно по архитектуре, а значит дешевле и легче в производстве.
Кстати, уже на второй летной машине планируется расширение планомерного внедрения аддитивных технологий 3D-печати. На перспективы, которую видит конструктор, это дальнейшая оптимизация цепочки производства в ракетно-космическом центре «Прогресс» в Самаре.
Вообще, если вот посчитать...
Yeah, Samara is where Soyuz gets made. It's NPO Progress. Progress is the name of a... Progress, if you guys hear like RSC Energia or NPO Energomash or Samara, NPO Samara or something, those are the defense contractors. Samara, Energomash, that's like Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman. That's the big defense contractors that they have over there.
10 лет, возможно, даже чуть меньше.
Is that the Russian Dan Hewitt?
На самом деле это не так много для создания новой ракеты среднего класса. Это достаточно сложная работа, которая учитывает в себе все, что можно, все требования, которые предъявляли.
Single six Soyuz looks ridiculous, by the way.
Доработка этой ракеты для того, чтобы она стартовала в 45-й площадке. Все было сделано. Конечно, сроки...
So this was a little bit earlier in the day, just in case anybody's wondering. We'll get back to KSP in a moment. I just wanted to see this.
Постепенно сдвигается вправо. Но, тем не менее, то, за сколько эта ракета была сделана, это адекватный срок по мировым рамкам.
Специально под проект ракеты «Союз-5» РКЦ «Прогресс» серьезно обновили. Внедрили уникальную автоматическую сварку трением с перемешиванием, которая позволяет работать с новыми сверхпрочными алюминиевыми сплавами. В Самаре «Союз-5» проходит весь путь от изготовления тех самых баков увеличенного диаметра до финальной стыковки ступеней. Из цехов выходит уже готовое изделие, которое затем по железнодорожной дороге отправляется.
Gotta be careful with the music. Imagine if SpaceX backfills an Ares 1 version of Super Heavy plus Starship. What? A Soyuz with no correlative cross is not a Soyuz. Yeah. It's got a Soyuz 2-1 fairing. Wait, whoa. What is this? Что? Vasya, what is this? Where's the TEM2? The hell is this? What the hell is that? What the heck is even that? Where's the big locomotive? No, don't go track mobiles on us. That's lame. Also, Zenit's transporter erector is kind of just sitting over there. Oh, wait, they were behind it. I saw them. What is that stupid red locomotive? I hate it. Where's the TEM2s? So the reason why I like, okay, a little bit of train-tism going on here. The TZM2, the green locomotives that they use them to pull Soyuz, and, well, they did use it to pull Proton, but that's not a thing anymore. Hi, does that pad look dumpy? It's in the middle of the desert, dude, and it's old. Pad's been around for a little while. The reason why I like the TZM2 or T3M2 locomotive is because it's derived from an Alco RSD, one of American Locomotive's diesel locomotives. It's a modernized Russian Alco RSD, which is cool. That's one of my favorite train manufacturers. They're long gone, but the last Proton did fly, as far as I know. I think they might have one left. See that little dinky switcher locomotive. They got the TZM2s, or T3M2s. They're over there. I saw them. I seen them. It's derived from a Lend-Leased Alco RSD, Sun Temple. Yes, that's correct. Man, that transporter erector really, really rolls back. Does it fully retract? Hold on. Oh, what do we got here? That's an Ergomash right there. Look at all the engines. Whoa, okay. Is Kerbal Space Program difficult? Maka, it's a game about rocket science. It's a little bit on the difficult side, but it's really fun. You don't need to know the math behind it. You could just put something together and figure out if it works. All right, let's get to the good stuff.
Главное, есть контакт с подъемом. Полный режим, главное ступени тяги.
Yeah, Maka, with that all being said, like, I'm just watching a real rocket launch because I like rockets. That's why I play Kerbal. I'll jump back into the game in a second. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. I'm always here. I stream for like 10 hours a day. I am always here. Never seen an Alco automobile, no.
Тангаж, рыскание, вращение в норме.
Are we in a space race again?
120, параметры двигателя в норме.
How long have they been cooking this up? Soyuz 5? 5 years.
Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
Stabilization of the healing is stable.
140, параметры конструкции ракеты-носителя в норме. 150, двигатель первой ступени работает нормально.
Will they use Soyuz 5 for crew eventually? Unknown.
60. Параметры системы управления ракетой-носителя в норме.
How long is that Soyuz? Oh, the Oriole, the Eagle capsule. It's been around for a while. Conceptually, it's from the 1990s. I think actively for about 5 years. Yeah, Vasi, Zenit. They replaced the Zenit booster.
Прошел гарантийный надув баков окислителя и горючего второй ступени.
This is a different Soyuz pad, Bill.
180. Есть
Staging.
запуск двигателя второй ступени. Есть
Upper stage
выключение
ignition.
двигателя первой ступени.
That's Kerbal Space Program. Fairing separation. Yeah, that looked good.
200.
Yeah, they had a block of concrete up at the top.
Блок второй ступени ракеты-носителя с габаритно-массовым макетом полезной нагрузки выведен на незамкнутую орбиту. Репортаж о запуске ракеты космического назначения «Союз-5» номер 1Л окончен.
Nice. They launched the cube, mate. Dude showed up to the cast with a Buran shirt. That's the Russian space shuttle. Yeah, that was a suborbital trajectory. Yep. It splashed down in the Pacific Ocean.
Очень серьезно. Ну и да, первые шаги, они всегда самые трудные, но тут хороший ход.
Это действительно важное событие не только для России, Казахстана, но и для всей мировой космонавтики. На космодроме за пуском наблюдал генеральный директор госкорпорации «Роскосмос» Дмитрий Владимирович Баканов.
Сегодня произошло грандиозное событие. Это межгосударственный проект. Ракета создавалась по поручению президента под руководством правительства и успешно стартовала. Ну и наши коллеги по проекту Байтерек из Казахстана теперь тоже вошли в клуб космических держав, с чем мы их поздравляем.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
И будем развивать этот проект, чтобы характеристики ракеты...
What is the benefit of hot staging besides not needing an ullage motor? Hot staging... Well, ullage motors are mass nuclear. It's not like Kerbal where separatrons are basically inconsequential. Ullage motors take mass in real life. Simplicity is the biggest one. You don't need an interstage. You don't need a separation system. You don't need an ullage motor. You just fire the dang thing and just let it go.
Это улучшать и максимально большое количество полезных нагрузок ими выводить на орбиту. Поздравляю, Булбек.
Backing up. That's the guy that runs Roscosmos nowadays. Interesting thing, guys, for the people that care. Bakanov is, from what I've heard from him, he's kind of quote-unquote new space. If that's a thing over there. Like, yeah, they replaced the other guy. We don't like him.
Геныча, от всей души. Спасибо.
Произошло грандиозное событие. Абсолютно новая ракета «Союз-5» «Сунхар» взлетел с совершенно модернизированного стартового комплекса КРК «Байтерек». Это событие, к которому мы шли долго, при поддержке президентов Республики Казахстан и Российской Федерации, при поддержке правительств сторон. Это все стало возможно благодаря стратегическому партнерству, технологическому партнерству и, самое главное, доверию друг к другу. Мы считаем, что этот успех – это новая платформа для дальнейших грандиозных проектов. Поздравляю Роскосмос и Российскую Федерацию с этим успехом.
Я Казкосмос и казахский коллег.
Interesting. All right, cool. That's not what I wanted to see. Pretty neat. If that's the case, why are more rockets not doing hot staging? Design requirements probably have something to do with it. Like nuclear, like look at Atlas V. You're not gonna hot stage with an RL-10. I mean, you could, but if you hot staged with an RL-10, the boost pump, right, in the pre-valves on the RL-10 opening up would flood your interstage with gaseous hydrogen. You sure you want to do that? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't take that deal. Would you take that deal? I wouldn't take that deal. Is it still Soviet technology? Mostly, Casey. Yeah, mostly. It's the tank. The tank structure on the first stage on Soyuz 5 is Russian. It's post-Soviet. Propulsion and everything else, for the most part. No. Did you see the Pad 2 testing at Starbase? I've had Starbase Live up the entire time. I didn't see much testing. What did they do? Can we watch the Ariane launch while we're here? Yeah, sure. Let's just get to the good stuff. All right, we'll switch gears. We'll get back to Kerbal and we'll finish working on the capsule hatch system here in a moment.
Attention pour le décompte final.
Stand by for the final count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Allumage des ESR et décollage.
Booster ignition and liftoff. And it's gone into the clouds. Oh boy. Man, I'm really happy I didn't get up for that. And it's gone into the clouds. And it's gone into more clouds.
La propulsion est nominale.
Propulsion is good. Oh, baby. So, how about we take some notes here from our European compatriots here and look at those solid rocket boosters working correctly. Man, that's real nice. Isn't that nice? See, that's what a solid rocket. That's what a solid rocket booster is supposed to look like.
Of our most powerful version of the Ariane 64 rocket, and we can see those 4 engines there, Loic, the 4 boosters. Yes. They're doing all the heavy lifting right now, aren't they?
Yeah, right now they are responsible of more than
La propulsion est nominale.
Propulsion is good. So basically they are doing the job right now. Of course the Vulcan engine is working as well. And just to give you a few figures, each booster carries 142 tons of solid propellant, and it burns in only about 2 minutes. So imagine the power of these boosters. Then once they have done their job and they are basically use all their propellant, they will be separated, and the separation sequence of the boosters is initiated automatically by the onboard computer. It detects when the acceleration of the launcher indicates it's time for separation. And today the separation should occur at around 86 kilometers of altitude.
Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
All parameters,
good views there
parameters look good.
Camera. The range operations manager is telling us that everything is going nominally, everything is going according to plan. And I think we're going to see, I'm hoping that we will see those boosters separating with the cameras.
Yeah, really nice views. Huh? We're lucky the clouds have disappeared a little bit.
It was a bit cloudy when we lifted off.
At the beginning, yes. Didn't see much, but now it's really nice.
Ariane
Coming
6,
up now to the separation of those boosters.
I don't want that version, Basia.
Séparation des ESR.
That's a little too much fire for me.
We have confirmation, the range operations manager.
Never thought I'd see the day where Ariane 6 has 7 launches while Vulcan is still at 4. And Ariane 6 Flight 1 was a launch failure. Yeah. Ariane 6. Phil, I've been meaning to tell you, when I was at Design, Build, and Fly, I met the guy that was responsible for hiring Harry Thibodeau as a commentator for Arianespace. I shook the guy's hand who hired him at Arianespace back in the day. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? Just saying. Yeah, me too, man. His commentary was choice. So, oh, there we go. P120C separation. So he was telling me that he was a old school radio commentator from Milwaukee, and he knew about him, and they needed a commentator for their launches. So, because they were launching a lot, so he got him and Kitty, and also Kitty Haswell.
We have the data, of course, but
pretty cool.
Is always a great reward.
Harry Thibodeau was this awesome announcer for Arianespace, like doing commentary on Ariane 5 launches back in the day. COVID got him, unfortunately, but dude, he was good. One of the best launch commentators around, man. For everybody
Next up will be the jettisoning of the fairing. Everything's going normally. The fairing, the top section.
The rumble in the Amazon jungle. Yes! Oh, I forgot about that. That guy was awesome. What great commentary.
Lights from the...
Katie, the woman that's doing commentary here, she's good too. We like Katie Haswell. She's all right.
Which would be damageable for the satellite. So once we have exited the atmosphere, we can just get rid of the fairing gently. We can see it now.
Yep, we've had it confirmed from the range operations manager. Look how those parts flex as they fall. It comes away in two halves, doesn't it?
Yes, two halves, and this kind of behavior that you see, is just the way they...
I would put George Diller and Rob Navius above John Insprucker. John Insprucker's number 3. He's the best commentator around. Except for George and Rob. George and Rob are better. I'm sorry, dudes. Like, true.
The move is called the breathing modes because it's very flexible to make sure that they don't break.
The Spruck is good though. We like it.
But on the other hand, it's also very robust to be able to sustain all the mechanical loads, all the aerothermal loads that they have during the atmosphere, which are really important. So it's a very ingenious design.
Does Walter Cronkite count as a commentator? Yeah, he probably has the best. I would say that out of all the commentators, he probably has the best commentary. And we are now just 5 minutes out from NASA putting a man on the moon.
Mechanical design, this fairing. It's both flexible and robust at the same time.
Quick word about what you can see on the screen here. On the right-hand side, our trajectory. He's telling us that everything's going normally. The trajectory is the green line. The cross.
So I'm not sure I'm done yet with it, but it's amazing.
Yep, everything went good. 7600, perfect. That's cool, man. Good stuff. A lot of good rockets launching lately. Let's get back to the capsule, though. For Harry, yeah. Listen to this. It doesn't want to play it. There it is.
Stop. H0 moins 1 minute.
And there is the announcement, the one that Mark, I was saying those VIPs are out at Tucson, about 5 kilometers from the launch pad. They are going to see, hear, and you better believe they are going to feel that rocket when it goes off the pad 40 seconds from right now. Special greetings to those watching at Viasat locations around the world. Eutelsat has employees all around the globe. We welcome them. Airbus Defense and Space, and all the other industry partners.
Dude, he's so good. He's so good. It's so good. That's awesome. And you can be dang sure that they will feel it. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. You missed the booster separation external view.
Hello to the teams there.
Fin de mission sauvegarde. Séparation LLPM. Premier allumage Vinci.
And we have the separation of the main stage.
Oh, hey. Hey. What's up?
confirmed, and we have confirmation now of the switching of the Vinci upper stage engine. There we can see the images on the live camera of the main stage falling away.
Very nice to see this kind of images. Yeah, you can see the lower stage is being ejected.
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Welcome back. We are still here. They're still in space. Can we move that up just a smidge? All right, let's see if we can just dial in the hatch position here. So, where we last left off, guys, we were trying to see if we could place the hatch in a nice position here. The hitchhiker can seems to offer the best bet of trying to have a side hatch for your capsule. Pelly Joe, hey Jay, I got a great next project car after the Coronet. Build a 121 Orion capsule. The heck am I gonna do with that, Pelly Joe? Are you tilting the center of mass too? Yes. What is that structure you have in the hangar? Mark here. Those are guidelines that I use to make the pressure vessel. See? I use these struts on cubic octags to mark the back, the front, the angle of the capsule, the diameter that I need. That's what they're there for. And then it's like a tooling jig that you can make in KSP. And then when I don't need them, I just rotate them out of the way. Only room for one crew? No. I'm trying to think what would be the best way to do this. I have another idea, dudes, if you want. The Gemini capsule was a good idea, but I want 4 people in this thing. So what if we did... No. Yeah. I'm back to thinking about how I want this again. Command seats? No. Maybe one of the Soviet-style pods. I need to see how that looks. Well, not as cursive when I launched 2 people in Mark 1 pods stacked on top of each other. Yeah. hate it so much, dude. Looks exactly like Soyuz, which is absolutely what we're not trying to do. I'm wondering what that looks like. I mean, they're not going to be able to egress, I don't think. Pinkmoto, what's up, dude? Saving space by installing the nav ball into the Kerbal, I see. Oh, yeah. We're space efficient here. That does fit better, but that still doesn't solve our hatch problem, dudes. Is there anything else that could give us a better hatch? Nope. You could just forego the hatch again. I don't want to. Yeah, I kind of want to. Just because the Gemini capsule puts the commander and the pilot in the right spot, dude. That puts them in the correct position. That's where Reed and Victor were sitting. They're up at the top. And what you could do is take another... And you could kind of stagger it and put it just below. Right? And now that's not going to solve our, you know, egress problems, but that's the right positions. That's the right seats. And because one capsule is staggered to the side, that still gives you the offset COM. I'm just kind of wondering how that would look. You kind of like the Landrican hatch? Yeah. Is there... I seem to recall a mod pack, dudes, that has the hatch on the side. There's a mod pack that is just the hatch. I think Rover Dude linked it. Oh, man. No, they got to be a little bit more forward than that. Kate's Greebles is full of little stuff like that in a mod pack. Fake windows. Yeah. Restock plus maybe, or purple attach. Yeah. Yeah, I just noticed that, Sam. They're not staggered. I mean, if you're only carrying 2, why not use the Apollo style capsule? Because I want 4. Okay, that other capsule should be a little bit down. Add on airlocks. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I think that was Shark Tales that like that. Discord DM. Do you think with craft final editing you could edit the hatch from obstructed to not?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yes, I have time is what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I wouldn't mind using a window flag. That's fine, RJ. And that's basically where the windows are, right? Like that's... You can paint a flag texture like a window. Otherwise, it's just a paint. I'm gonna leave.
Discovery,
Jasper,
go at throttle up.
it's coming along well. It is.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The frick is that?
Needs a certain something.
What? What the f... Thank you? You sent me the flags? Thank you. Really, Panta? Thank you, whoever that was. Kennard or something? Here, I'll do this just for you. There you go. Hey, Ninja Looter. Thank you for the crazy good content and stuff you make. I have a quick question. If it's quick, is there an easy way to do that RCS thing on the SRBs? Not like yours. Only they burn through separation. Sorry for my English, I'm German. And still here since Artemis 2. Yeah. I can't believe somebody just popped in a C note like that. Ninja, sorry, it just, I'm like, huh? Is there an easy way to do that RCS thingy on the SRBs? I'm using separatrons for my separator mechanism. I use separatrons. And I fire them and they separate. That's what I use. Yeah, so use those, dude. That's what you want. That service module is just that much smaller. It's just a smidge too small. Other than that, though, hell yeah. That new KSA video got you hyped? What'd you get? Or what? I'm entering the phase in the day, Doom, where my brain is not working. Can you link that to me so I can see it? Need a quick break? I don't know, man. I just got really, really tired all of a sudden. I'm like, Pad 2 just did a clamp booster disc quick the frick. Give me a second. Do you smell toast? No. No, I'm... Like I said, I just got really tired all of a sudden. Like, I was good there. And now I'm like... Sorry, it wasn't a KSA video proper. It's the guy from a guy that covers the game's progress. Oh, alright. You tried turning off your brain on and off again. I'm pretty sure that's called sleeping. Look at the plumes. I mean, visually they look great, but that plume is not, that's not what it does. It just keeps going out. It'll make it'd keep going out like this, and it would just fade into oblivion. You wouldn't have like a plume impingement this high up in the atmosphere. But then again, it's just alpha, so. Oh, RJ, I got the rest of these. Thank you. Freaking panels and stuff, man. Go to 605.
Another month full of...
Okay. This is from Godchin, okay. Nice. Cool. All right. They're on the right track. Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Fellas, all the creative juices just left for some reason. My brain's like not doing it anymore. I don't know. That was weird. I think my mind might be distracted by car parts, which that reads. But yeah, we'll work again on the capsule tomorrow. Sometimes it's just car time. Yeah. No, seriously, I just got like a severe case of brain fog, and I'm not sure why. And now I'm getting like worried. Like, if that makes any sense, I'm like, I can't do good popsicle. You know, like memory leak. Yeah, is it leaking? Is it leaking out there? Download more RAM. Yeah, so I was wondering about the lander. Are you going to make it so it does the braking burn at the moon like how Constellation was going to do? Cody, we could do either one. You could do either way. I'm going to rate the service module to be able to do it if I need to. I'd say... well, no, revise that. I'm going to make it so my Orion capsule can get into low lunar if we need it to go into low lunar. But by itself. When it's attached to the lander will probably do it. Did you leave something running in the shop? No. No. Could be the last month catching up to you. Hazer, I think that might be it. I'm still like, I'm not fully back, only just a little bit back. If that makes any sense. Take a little walk. That's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. So yeah, we did make some good progress on the pressure vessel today. Yeah, guys, I'm not in love with it, to be honest with you. It's nice, it looks cool, but I don't like the shoehorned capsules. But I don't know. Let me sleep on it and see what I think of it in the morning. Because we'll work on the capsule again tomorrow before Flame Trench. So scratch built with stock parts. What? Have you eaten anything? Low blood sugar. Not since this morning, dude. Yeah. I had breakfast probably around 9-10 o'clock. So yeah, I haven't eaten anything. Usually that's not a big deal. During the Artemis mission, you had a readout of the H-band radars. That's called DSN now. Delta Sierra November now. It is publicly available, yeah. NASA DSN now. We'll Google that, it'll get it to you. Today does mark 1 lunar cycle since Artemis 2 lifted off. That might have something to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, fellas, I'm gonna go lie down for a little bit. Might be back a little bit later tonight. Maybe. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, I think this is just left over from the first 3 weeks of this April, which were absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm just gonna go lie down for a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. All of a sudden, dude, I was like, okay, let's get back into the capsule. And then I have to popsicle. Toaster oven. That was weird. All right. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. What we're going to do tomorrow is play KSP. And then I got the Flame Trench, which is the weekly news segment that I on NSF with my buddies Sawyer and Max, and I do believe they're lined up for it. And then after that, some Battlefield shenanigans. But yeah, guys, if I load up the capsule tomorrow and I'm not in love with it, I might just go ahead and use the Taurus Mark 1. I was thinking about that. I just don't like clipping multiple crew tanks into each other like that. I think that's going to bother me more than the scale problems. I'm not even kidding. I think that's going to bother me more. So I don't know. I'll sleep on it and I'll let you guys know in the morning. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Sorry for the shorter stream today. That's my bad. I'm still trying to recoup, but yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you guys then. Thank you very much for watching and have a good night.